Hey, Jim. They're all sitting together there. Also like to take a moment to introduce some of the past presidents that are joining us here today, as well as our board of directors, and give them an opportunity to see everybody's faces again, and maybe you forgot what they look like if you're not on Zoom calls with them. But the list of past presidents that are joining us today are Tara Wiswall. Where's Tara at? There's Tara. Daryl Ebert with the Dust Devils back there. I haven't seen Lance Hobson yet, but he's scheduled to be here. Kevin Williams, he's supposed to be here too. I don't know if he snuck in yet. Doc Hastings, right back here. Dorothy Shepik was going to make it today as well too, and I haven't seen her sneak in, so that's unfortunate. Julie Killian, there's Julie. And Ed Ray was supposed to make it, the godfather of the Pasco Chamber, but his allergies are just affecting him a little bit too much today. So it's been great. I know he was eager to be here today, as everybody is, but we'll catch him around in July. Also, some of the board members that are here, of course, Jason Hogue with American Family Insurance, who's our president. Kim Fall also is on our board. Rob DiPiazza is here with Hometown Values. Randy Hayden is supposed to be here. He hasn't snuck in yet either. There's a lot of these people that are sneaking in on me, I think. Daryl Ebert's back on our board after doing a stint as president a few years ago, and Dave Zabel, our city manager, as well. So let's give them a round of applause. Oh, I almost forgot somebody, or I did forget, but Rolando Rodriguez as well from Soul Case Management is on our board. He's sitting, it's a good thing he's sitting right in front of us. I guess did I mention Tara? Tara is still on our board as immediate past president that we worked her in for doing for extra year because of COVID. And so that's just kind of one of those things where we appreciate our board's overall effort over this past year, and we had to make some changes, and they've been really great and good to work with, and making sure that the Pasco Chamber is on a solid foundation. So I don't want to take up too much time with kind of an update with the Pasco Chamber, but because we have a loaded program today. We have obviously been affected by COVID, and we've had to make some concessions like most businesses have throughout our area in the country, and we're no different. But I think just kind of to be brief, I think we're coming out of this is in a really strong position, a lot better than we thought, 15 months ago what it could be, or even a year ago, and a lot of the credit goes to the board of directors with their foresight and making sure that we're in a good position. So we're ready to hit the ground running. So much of what we do with the Pasco Chamber derives around events, and so it's been kind of quiet at the office, but we're looking forward to get back into that. One of those events that we're working forward to having is Riverfest 2021. That's going to be October 9th at Columbia Park in Kennewick. It's a community-wide celebration of our hydropower system and all the benefits that our river system provides us. And this will be our fourth year of doing this. Last year, unfortunately, we weren't able to have the festival, but this year we're looking forward to having it back again, and really putting some effort to make sure it's just as good as what it was in the past. A couple years ago, we had over 4,000 people come to that. So in lieu of not being able to do the festival last year, we made a documentary called Our Rivers, Our Life, and really high quality production that North by Northwest out of Spokane put together for us. I even see it running on PSC-TV, so thanks John for getting that in the mix there as well too. But we had the opportunity to broadcast it in the Tri-Cities a couple times on KView, and then a couple months ago we were able to have it on Como TV in Seattle, and we had some really good ratings from that. I think it was a really great pivot for us to do to continue the dialogue and the conversation and the education on what our river system is about. So a lot of that credit goes to the Riverfest Steering Committee for coming up with the ideas, because we were just kind of throwing spaghetti on the wall and see what stuck. And we ended up putting together a really nice production in about a month's time or less, and you would never know by looking at it because they did such a great job. So thank you to all the supporters for that. A lot of our Riverfest sponsors kicked in some extra dough to make sure that happened. And it turned out really good. If you haven't seen it yet, riverfestwa.com, you can watch it there. And then as we close out, I do want to thank the business community and the Pasco Chamber community for stepping up during COVID. You know, we weren't able to have our monthly luncheons. Of course, we transitioned to Zoom. And many of you here still stepped up and sponsored the Zoom monthly meeting by still paying what it would cost to have lunch. So I thank you. That helped us immensely, especially giving us peace of mind as we were going through this pandemic, that we knew that there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel, and we knew that we had the support of the community. So it really did mean a lot, even though it probably wasn't much for your effort to do that. We really do appreciate it, and it was something that was very appreciated, so thank you. So with that, hopefully I didn't take too long, I want to invite some of our new members that have joined the Pasco Chamber during COVID, which is also something that was very enlightening to see and uplifting as well too. So we have a few businesses I'd like to introduce, and Jason, if you want to help me with that, and we'll hand out their plaques. Not everyone can make it, but first I'd like to invite Team Total Employment and Management. I don't know if didn't see Tasha come in here. Axe Keeper, Valerie and Landon, come on up. I know they're here. By the way, if you haven't seen, if you're not familiar with axe throwing, you can come check out their
Madam Examiner, we're ready to begin. Susan, are you hearing me?
Madam Examiner, are you there? Hello? Okay, I see what the issue is. Hang on. Madam Examiner? Madam Examiner, are you there? It appears we're transmitting there. I'm not sure why she's not hearing us, though. Madam Examiner, are you there?
Susan, we're having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you. No. It's very likely on this end.
Can you try that again, Susan?
Yes. So we're ready whenever you are.
Check, check.
Are you going to have the usual intro or just go ahead and get started?
Oh, just your usual, I think would be good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we're skipping the music then, correct?
No, that's already been, that's
It's
over.
been done. Okay. And one little thing I'd like to correct, I can't see you all, so I can't see the council chambers.
We'll fix that as we,
Proceed. Okay, all right. Well, we'll go ahead and get started then. And are we recording, just to confirm?
yes.
Okay, I can see the council chambers now. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Susan Drummond, City of Pasco hearing examiner. Today is Wednesday, July 14, 2021, just after 6 p.m. We had a little delay in starting due to some technical issues, but I think those are all getting sorted. We have a fairly full agenda tonight. There are 8 items on the agenda. The order of procedure, though, for all of them will be the same. We'll hear first from the planning department on each matter. The department will provide a summary of the proposal. Then the applicant for each proposal will have an opportunity to present, and then we'll open the matter up for public comment. Anyone who has signed in or called in or is in the hearing room in the council chambers may provide testimony, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to address questions which arise. On most of these, I issue the final decision, say for the preliminary plat, the special permit, and the variance request. On the rezone zoning determinations, I issue a recommendation. City Council makes the final decision. And all of the matters, a staff report and various attachments have been submitted, and then public comments for a couple of the matters have also been received. So unless there are procedural questions, I think we'll start with the preliminary plat. Unless there's an unusual number of people who wish to testify. I know there was more comment on that matter than on some of the others. Mr. White, do you have an opinion on preference on kind of ordering? Otherwise, I'll just go as it's set forth in the agenda.
Yes, I believe the agenda order is preferred in this right now.
Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and start with the preliminary plat, which is proposed by Tim Story. This is the Carly's Edition plat. It's a 20 single-family lot proposal. There's not a rezone accompanying. There were some comments that mentioned a rezone. It's just the plat. The rezone was already approved. I have, as I noted, I've reviewed the staff report, and I did take a look at the comments which came in, and I'll just note who they came in from. There was a comment from Ms. Martinez, Tammy Story, Buck Taft, and there was also a video. I was able to access the video and look at that. Mr. Gillard, Rebecca Hampton, Brendan Simon Wright, and then there was also a petition. And then there were a couple comments from the applicant on conditions. So I have taken a look at all of those. Who from the planning department is presenting this evening?
This is Jeff Adams. I'll be presenting all 8 items.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Adams, if you could state your name again for the record.
Jeff Adams.
And you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Madam Examiner. So the first item, as you have mentioned, is the preliminary plat for Carly's Edition, a 20-lot, single-family lot subdivision. It is located at 4011 Road 96 in Pasco, Washington. The parcel lot was recently rezoned from RS20 to R1 low-density residential under Ordinance 4513. The site contains approximately 6.6 acres. The request is to subdivide to 20 family lots. 20 single-family lots. All but 3 lots would have access from a dedicated Wallflower Avenue via a single access egress point at Road 96 and Bellflower Drive. Lots 11, 14, and 15 would be serviced via a 24-foot wide paved access and utility easement. And the justification for invoking the lots without frontage provision is, and I quote, as the distance from proposed Bellflower right-of-way and the northern property line is approximately 300 feet, a looped road would create an island of undesirable double frontage lots, thus defeating the purpose of the recent rezone. The provisions of Pasco Municipal Code 21.20.060 concerning lots without street frontage would apply in this case. Those are the highlights, and I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. Is the applicant present?
I believe he is online, and I will try to. Yes.
And I just, I can't see individuals who are online other than the council chambers and myself. So I don't have a separate list of people who have called in. Usually I do, so.
Well, I know he's here, so hang on just a moment, please. Madam Examiner, we may want to take questions from the audience. It looks like the applicant has not yet identified his PIN to be able to participate tonight. I'm sure he'll find that out, though.
Okay, and if you could double check on whether there's any difficulty with individuals calling in. I guess I would, with the number of matters we have on the agenda and the comments, I guess there would have been, I would have expected a few, although I know we're opening back up. But in order to keep things moving, we will go ahead and hear from anyone from the public who wishes to testify on this proposal. Is there anyone in the hearing room or who has called in who would like to provide testimony?
There is.
So if you could, I think the easiest way to do this would be if you can come up to the podium.
Certainly.
Good evening. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Jeffrey Jensen.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
I do.
Thank you.
So, much smaller group than the last time this came up in 2018. I think the room was fairly well packed. I've got several points of objection and other concerns regarding this effort. And I'm not sure which way I should point my focus, if it's to you folks or if there's a camera I should be looking
Yeah, direct it to the camera since I'll be making the decision on this.
That one? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure where to start. I have a list of several topics that I would like to discuss at this time. I'm not sure what kind of time limits you impose, so if there is such a limit, could you let me know so that I could get through it all?
Yeah, I should have mentioned usually it's a 3 to 5 minute limit. I wasn't going to do I don't typically do kind of a firm clock unless there are a lot of people. How much time do you expect you'll need?
I'd say 15 to 20.
Okay, if given how much we have on the agenda to go through, I'm gonna, if you can shorten it a bit, that would be helpful.
I will do my best, ma'am.
Okay.
Well,
And I should note as well, on all of these, I will be keeping the record open. I haven't decided for how long, but in case you don't get through everything, and there's anything additional you wanted to bring to my attention, I will keep the record open for a set amount of time for written comment.
Okay. So let me just start then, and I apologize, this is not put together in a well-formed presentation. I'm actually referring to notes and several documents I have in front of me. First off, if you guys could back up on the slides, I think it was 2 or 3 slides back. My first question would be, if you could keep going where it actually shows the zones, the different zones for the area. There was kind of an overview that showed, yeah, that one will work. There was one that was zoomed out further than that showed more of Pasco, and that's certainly not it. It was before that even. My initial concern, that one will work nicely. My initial concern here is if you look at everything south of that Canal Road there, that's all suburban zoned at RS12 and RS20. Which I'm not, my memory's fuzzy on RS12, but RS20 is a minimum of 20,000 square foot lots. And that goes south all the way to Argent and I think beyond, and most everything east of Road 96 is RS20. So my initial question would be, how is it that we can squeeze in an R1 at 7,200 square feet where everything else in this neighborhood, which was annexed in 2015, by the way, and I'll refer to some additional information from that annexation, how that could be fitting regarding aesthetics, likeness, cohesion in the neighborhood, I think are words that I've pulled from the City Council's 2021 goals documentation, the city strategic plan, 2-year plan, which calls for...
Mr. Jensen, let me just one clarification. I think I mentioned this earlier, but the zoning matter is not before me because that was already decided. All that's before me is the preliminary plat. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay,
I understand, and I think I'd appreciate a little latitude on this because one of my other topics.
Yeah, no, go ahead, please. I'm not truncating your testimony or anything. I just want to make sure that was understood.
Well, one of the other significant points that I would like to address is the notification process for these. For example, petition for zone change, the public notices, because again, in 2018, when we encountered this, we all received letters, and part of our comment for feedback for which the city said they would look into was improving the notification on multiple fronts. One of our primary concerns was that letter initially reached 5 properties in the RS20 neighborhood, which this address resides in. Obviously, all the neighborhoods to the north are already R1, and they likely don't have a lot of concern for this as much as the present landowners in RS20. So the city said they'd look into that. Now, fast forwarding to what I believe occurred in December, is that all the folks in the neighborhood that we've spoken to, and others I'm sure will testify to this behind me, did not receive this letter. And we understand there was an affidavit for which it was mailed, I believe on December 4th, which was a Friday, and that the post now goes to Spokane for quite a while now. So we're talking a day to Spokane, a day to back, and then probably a day to distribute, while the hearing was held on the following Wednesday. So depending on the time it was mailed on Friday, you're talking 2 business days to take action. So I consider that a seriously flawed notification process. I did not receive that letter.
Can I ask a quick clarification question? On the notice that you're talking about right now, was that for the rezone or for the plat?
The rezone.
The rezone, okay, all right.
So why I am making a large point of this is, again, in 2018, we asked for improvement in the process, and we actually went backwards this time. The folks like myself who live in this area are going to testify that none of us received this letter or notification, regardless of the affidavit. So that's a point I want to put in front of the council. I'm not sure how they want to respond at this time, or as you suggested, perhaps a written form correspondence between you and I at a later date is more appropriate. But that is one of my points. I know time is limited, so is there a response there, or should I move on?
You should move on. It's not a Q&A.
Okay, understand.
Your questions may be addressed by the department and applicant, but it's not right now.
But I would consider that a seriously flawed process in that your public notices did not reach their intended audience. That's a problem. All right, I'm going to move on from there. This deals with the Road 80 annexation that happened in 2015, and I have a quote from a city document. There was a frequently asked questions distributed, and one in particularly called out at the very bottom of the document in bold is, what about development? And the question is what about zoning and development? And the answer in this document says city zoning mirrors the county zoning in places prior to annexation. A common misconception is the city wants the donut hole, in quotes, which is the western portion of the city's growth area below the freeway, converted to small lots like the plateau above the freeway. And then we have a semicolon, and it states that is simply not true, underlined. So the city council has zoned Road 80 area as RS20 as a result. So in looking at the city's strategic plan and the missing the name for the other document regarding long-term plans, it also, there are quotes for cohesive neighborhoods and maintaining aesthetics.
Plan?
Comprehensive plan, yes.
Right, gotcha.
So I would ask, how is an R1 south of the irrigation canal in the annexed area, which was documented in the frequently asked questions stating that it would not be rezoned, that it is simply not true, as quoted by the city, has now become true. And yet again, this has become true without proper notification to those most greatly affected by it. So again, this is not a Q&A. I'd like to move on. There is significant feedback. Can you still hear me? I assume that is her speaking that we cannot hear.
Can you try again there, Madam Chair? Yeah. One more time. Yeah, we are just having all sorts of issues tonight. Madam Chair, can you try one more time, please? Yeah, nothing now. Can we take a 5-minute recess?
Susan, we will recess for 5 minutes. We have to fix again a glitch. So we'll resume at roughly 6:29.
having difficulty with people being able to call in, or at least sign on via the video link anyway.
Right, I recommend we continue, we'll continue to try to allow access to the applicant as testimony continues.
Okay, all right. Let's see, Mr. Jensen, do you want to step back up to the podium?
Yes, thank you.
So, Mr. Jensen, I'd interrupted. You're about 7.5 minutes, so I was going to ask if you could try to wrap up your point.
Yes, ma'am. I will try to wrap up quickly.
Thank you.
I have numerous concerns, but let me address what I consider also one of the most significant is this City of Pasco petition for zone change that I believe was authored by I'm not quite sure who this is. Caleb Stromstad I think he's the one having an issue calling in. But, however, my concerns with this petition, I would say the answers to the questions for which it was submitted, in my opinion, lacks adequate detail or evidence to back the author's claims. And there are, a couple of examples I'd like to address in my last 2 minutes. One of the questions is, what effect will the proposed change have on the value and character of adjacent property, where adjacent property is the RS-20? And the answer to this that was submitted is the property is mostly, and I emphasize mostly, surrounded by single-family residential uses. Well, that's actually true for RS-20, RS-12, R1, RS-1. These are single-family residential uses. The rezone, he states, will not affect the character and value of adjacent properties. Well, the character and value, for example, these are multi-acre properties and these houses are worth over $1 million. And they are going to stand up and squeeze 20 houses in this development, which are nowhere going to be on par at 7,200 square foot with $1 million properties. So I would like to know what expertise this gentleman, along with other questions in this document, makes him the expert in submitting it and how the city passes or allows this petition to go through. And I know this goes back to the rezone that's already occurred. However, none of us were properly notified of this condition in the first place. And with that, I will wrap up with this last question. I believe, Madam Chair, it's Susan Drummond, correct?
Yes.
I know that you had told me this is not a Q&A session, but I, as well as others, have significant questions regarding the methods with which this rezone and plat sale of this property and intentions to make it R1 20 lots has gone through this process without our understanding until 2 weeks ago. So is there somebody that you can direct me to where we can actually get answers to these questions?
I am going to ask for some additional information on the notice, on the plat. And like I said earlier, I'm going to keep the record open. I would not have that information. I just have the information that is submitted to me by citizens, the applicant, and the planning department. So I'll ask for some clarification on that. But Mr. Jensen, if I could get, can you state your address?
Sorry, can you say again?
Yeah, could you state your address so we know where you live in relationship to the project?
3914 Road 92.
Road next.
Second house over from this development.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Jensen.
So again, there is somebody that I can, or we collectively can be in contact with to get a little
Yes, you can
deeper.
certainly contact the planning department if you have follow-up questions on the proposal, yes.
And if those responses are not adequate,
That's out of my bailiwick. I just decide yes or no on the plat, and if it's a yes, then what are the appropriate conditions for the plat? I'm not deciding the rezone, and so I'm independent of the city, in terms of making this decision. So in terms of how the city processes and so forth work, that's not what I address, except as it affects the permitting of this particular project.
all right, so just to make it clear,
Mr. Jensen, you're at time. We have a lot on the agenda, so I've allowed you a good bit more than usual. As I noted earlier, we are keeping the record open, and so if there are additional facts you wish to bring to my attention, you'll have that opportunity to do so in writing.
okay, and I'll just leave with one last statement is I would wonder or ask the developer for what reason they could not have developed this land under RS20 zoning other than the motivation of maximum profit. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for your
Is
time.
there anyone else from the public who would like to testify on this proposal?
Yes.
Hi,
Good evening. If you could state your name for the record.
Lolly Martinez. I'm the guy that you received the email from.
Okay. I'm sorry, Tony Martinez, is that what you said?
Lolly.
I'm sorry?
Lolly, Lolly Martinez.
Oh, right. Okay, I see. Yeah, I have your comment right here.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
I do.
So I can no longer see the council chambers. I'm not sure what happened there.
Go. Okay. I'm a
So
resident.
I can see council chambers now. Mr. Martinez, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
yes, I do, yeah.
Thank you. And I need you to keep your testimony to 3 to 5 minutes, given how much we have on the agenda tonight.
Yeah, okay. I live on the very end of 96 and Prairie. One of the biggest things that I am concerned about is, well, first of all, I was one of the guys that went around picking up signatures for our petition. Nobody received any letter of any kind at all. Okay? As I went to each individual picking up signatures, they're like, what we're sick and tired of is this traffic. I live right here. This is me. Okay? Our neighborhood, Bellflower, has become a thoroughfare for not only all of the people that live down on 96, but our neighborhood as well. And then you want to stuff 20 more houses in there. The amount of cars and people that you guys have stated in this document, I'm in construction of over 19 years of experience. I've built almost a quarter of Pasco. Okay? Grossly misunderstated. For whatever reason, I don't know why it was. Point blank. Okay? There are kids playing all time, at all times. And there's traffic that goes in that neighborhood that doesn't even live there. And they go there at a high rate of speed. And last Wednesday, your independent inspector and I had a chat of over an hour long. And we are facing south. We're looking at court. 3 cars in 10 minutes decided to come up 96, over Argent, up 96, to cut through Bellflower, to go to Road 100. It's a racetrack. Now, I look at your plot here, and the design is easy to fix. If you guys want to do this. Point the road north. Shut off 96. I have rang this bell for the past 5 or 6 years. I brought it up to Rebecca Fresnick, attention. I brought it up to Dave Milne. And I had Pete Serrano. We took a tour of my neighborhood when I received the letter, and I was told by somebody, hey, this is going on. So I went to my mailbox, there it was. This is hindering our quality of life. You can't turn around because there's a car coming around. A car that doesn't even live there. In my opinion, this street was never designed to be a thoroughfare. And every neighbor that you talk to, this traffic. I brought it up at multi-city meetings. Rebecca had an analysis done. Nothing ever happened to that. And now a proposed 20 more houses going in. It's absurd. Our quality of life.
I just watched the video.
Maybe it's just me, I don't know.
Sorry. Madam Chair, yeah, we're just having issues with the video, so just continue as before, so.
So, I mean, our neighborhood is just being over inundated by not only our streets that service our neighbors, but we have to service other neighborhoods as well. And now you want to annex another 20 homes. And that Bellflower is just a raceway. Now, there was an email shared amongst several council members that says we'll have to heighten the police presence in our neighborhood. That doesn't reduce the volume. I haven't seen one police officer there all year. Not a one. Pretty quiet neighborhood, except all of the zooming traffic. And you don't turn your head and have your kids out in the street. Things might go wrong. I just don't understand it if the notification, I will agree with other people giving testimony here, was very, very, very erroneous on all calibers. On all calibers, the notification was erroneous. And we, as residents of this neighborhood, feel like, we have this high volume of traffic, and you guys, instead of making it better, you want to make it worse. It's just that easy. I've proposed shutting off 96, pointing it over to the canal, pave it, and send it off to Road 100. Leave us the heck alone.
Mr. Martinez, you are at time now.
Of course I am.
If I could get your address so I know your location, where you are vis-a-vis the plat.
4104 Prairie Lane.
4104
Prairie Lane.
Prairie Lane, thank you.
If you
I did have one clarification question. You said if I'm remembering correctly, you said you were charged in 10 minutes. Where was your location when you did that?
My location was at the corner of 96 and Bellflower with an independent. He identified himself as an independent inspector.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? It's the corner of 96
and Bellflower, facing south.
Say that again.
96 and Bellflower, heading south towards court. The independent inspector and myself sat there for almost an hour. I do believe, if my memory serves me correct, his last name was Stokes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martinez, for your testimony this
If you need,
Is there anyone else Mr. Martinez, that's all I can hear at this time. Like I said, I'm keeping the record open. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this proposal?
Yes, Dawn Griffiths. I'm at Bellflower and Prairie Lane. And I'll be really quick.
Okay. If you could state your name again for the record.
Dawn Griffiths.
Dawn, and can you spell your last name?
G-R-I, F as in Frank, I, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, S as in Sam.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury and the laws of the state of Washington?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so my issue with this particular proposal, like I said, I live right there on Bellflower and Prairie Lane, right there at the opening to 96. Putting 20 more houses directly down our road is going to be at least 40 more cars. We do have an issue with people speeding from 100 all the way through 96, from 96 all the way through. There seems to be a big lack of respect for our neighborhood. I'm constantly waving people down to please slow down. I have my grandchild that lives with me, and my daughter is, looked both ways, pulled out into the, to back out of the thing, and bam, there's a car coming, because they have absolutely, not everybody, but quite a few people have a big lack of respect coming down that road. They do haul butt, and I was trying to figure out how to see getting speed bumps or something there, because something needs to happen. Regardless of whether this community goes in, the road gets shut, something's got to happen in that neighborhood, because somebody's going to get hurt. There was already somebody cutting through from 100 all the way through to 96 that ran into a parked car because they were DUI through our neighborhood because they were running through to get to the other neighborhood. So I just think something needs to be done. And another 40 cars directly, 40 cars, 20 homes directly coming through my neighborhood, and that's where they're going to go through, is going to be a problem. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Griffiths. Is there anyone else who would like to provide testimony this evening?
Yes. My name is Jeff Tuxon, 9321 Sunset Trail. My property is just to the east of that, the property right next door.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Tucksen.
Ucksen.
Correct.
And your address one more time?
9321 Sunset Trail.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, my whole concern is, like Jeff had mentioned earlier, 3 years ago, we had went through the same thing, and we had gotten letters for rezoning. This time we didn't, so it's been rezoned. We're trying to figure out how it can go back. But my understanding, though, if you go from, say, Road 96 down to Road 94 and south of the canal, all those properties are half-acre, acre, and multi-acre things. This zoning of R1 does not even come close to fitting that whole area. And you can take that area and go all the way down to Court Street. And I don't see any reason why that the contractor developer can't leave it at R20, make what, 10 to 11, 12 lots in custom homes, because these are not going to be custom homes. Everything else in that whole area is custom homes. And you can look down by anywhere that there's been anything done in the R20 section, they've taken and built nice custom homes in there. So the aesthetic of this, they say there's a paved road. Well, yeah, it's your cul-de-sac, big deal. And you're going to go Road 96 from Bellflower up to the canal, which is, what, 300 feet, 100 yards. It means absolutely nothing to anybody except for the people that are going to live there, because the sidewalks, they don't even match the sidewalks that are in Bellflower or Tuscany Estates or any of the other ones. There's nobody around there that has sidewalks in the R20 zoning. And so, it's going to kill the property value is what it's going to do. And I don't understand why that they can't just do half-acre lots and put custom homes in there. Because we all know what it's about. It's all about the money. And if the city of Pasco allows it, then it's all about the money also. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Duxon. Is there anyone else who would like to provide testimony this evening?
I don't see an audience member, Madam Examiner. Let me see if I can get the applicant, who does not appear to be able to offer testimony tonight.
Okay. I know I had sent him the call, Mr. Strom said the call-in number. So there must be something wrong, I think, with the call-in side of this, if you're a non-panelist. We may need to continue this to the next. Yeah, Mr. White.
Yes, I can hear you, and I would certainly agree. There's just too much disjointed opportunity here for a meaningful public hearing.
Okay. So I think, and I guess in the meantime, I'll keep the record open, of course. So for those of you who testified and any other citizens, by keeping the record open, what that means is if you have any other written comments that you would like me to review, you can go ahead and submit those to the planning department, and the department will forward those comments on to me. By continuing the hearing, that means we will meet again and you will have and address this matter further to ensure that everyone who wishes to testify on the proposal has the opportunity to do so, and also we'll hear from the applicant as well. And also, I think Mr. Adams, if you can document the public notice on the plat, there were a number of comments on the rezone, but if you could provide some documentation on the public notice that went out for the plat while the record is open, that would be helpful. And then in terms of the date for rescheduling, Mr. Adams, Mr. White, should we just put this to the next regularly scheduled hearing, which would be the second Wednesday in August?
Yes, the second Wednesday in August. I'm not sure about the date, though. Second Wednesday.
So we will continue this hearing to Wednesday, August 11th at 6 o'clock p.m. And then that way we can address the technical difficulties which arose this evening. So before we proceed to the next agenda item, are there any procedural questions? Okay. Hearing none, Mr. Adams, should we just proceed through the agenda and go to the rezone, the three rezones, the zoning determinations should be fairly straightforward. The variance I don't think will take much time, and I don't think the special permit will either. Do you wish to go ahead and proceed through the remaining agenda items?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, on all of these, I will keep the record open a bit longer than usual, just to ensure that anyone who does want to comment and for whatever reason had difficulty doing so will be able to. So the next agenda item is the rezone that's proposed by Timothy Upkest, and I may be mispronouncing that, of Broadmoor Properties. This is a rezone proposal from RT to C1, and the matter number is 2021-006. Staff report was prepared on this, which I have reviewed. Mr. Adams, did you want to go ahead and provide a summary of this proposal?
Yes, thank you. So again, for our listening audience, this is file number Z 2021-006, Broadmoor Properties LLC rezone. This item is located west of Broadmoor Boulevard between Buckingham Drive and Sandifer Parkway. And this is for the north 600 feet of lots 4 and 5 of record survey number 1932652. Parcels 115210034 and 115210035. The current zoning for this is RT, which is residential transition, and we're talking about approximately 53.53 acres total. And the rezone is for the north 600 feet of that. The request is to rezone this from residential transition to C1, which is retail business district. Applicant anticipates developing a large high-volume regional retail use on the site. The site was annexed into the city in 1982 via Ordinance 2388, and assign RT residential zoning, residential transition zoning. And the RT zoning has been used as kind of a holding pattern pending appropriate utility and transportation facility development to the area. The south part of the site was rezoned to C1 in 2016 by ordinance 4206. And the city has recently approved a major update to its comprehensive plan. And that update included a revision of land use element designating the area for mixed use regional. And that's on the next slide, I believe. There we go. So those are the highlights.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Is the applicant present?
The applicant is not present.
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to provide testimony on the proposal this evening?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I do not have any questions for the applicant on this proposal, but I am going to leave the record on this open a bit, I think for a week, just in case there was anyone who wanted to testify, had concerns. So today is July 14th, so I'll keep the record open through Wednesday, July 21. And so if anyone has any comment on this rezone proposal, they can provide it to the planning department. The department will forward that on to me. And comments can of course be from the applicant, but as well as anyone from the public who wanted to provide or comment on this proposal. And of course, I make a recommendation on this. The city council makes the final decision. My recommendation is out in 10 business days of record closure. Are there any procedural questions on this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next agenda item. It's another rezone. It's proposed by Cody Fielding of LFRE Development. There's another rezone on the agenda item D, that's by the same applicant, but this one is matter number 2021-007 and involves 6.47 acres. Mr. Adams, do you want to go ahead and provide a summary of this proposal?
Yes, thank you. So again, for the viewing audience, this is file number Z 2021-007, Midland Lane rezone, C1 to R4. The property is, as you can see on the map, it is located east of Midland Lane, approximately 710 feet north of Sanford Parkway. It involves lots 12, 13, and 14 of binding site plan 2002-005. The current zoning is C1, which is retail commercial, and we're looking at 6.47 acres. The request is to rezone the property from C1 to R4, which is high density residential. And applicant has stated that he wishes to develop apartments, and I quote, apartments that look and feel like townhouses on the site, unquote. The site has frontage access on Midland Lane, and Midland Lane connects to Sanford Parkway to the south, which is a major arterial street. The comprehensive plan designates the north 3/4 of the northernmost lot medium density residential, and then the balance is mixed residential commercial. Regardless, both those comp plan designations allow for R4 zoning. They also allow for the development of townhouses and apartments. Residential density may range from 6 to 20 dwelling units per acre in the medium density residential designated area, and 5 to 29 dwelling units per acre in the mixed residential commercial designation. And based on those things, the rezone request and its intended use are consistent with both the comprehensive plan lands and with both comprehensive plan land use map designations. And those are the highlights.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to, I'm sorry, is the applicant present? You could step up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Cody Fielding.
Good evening. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Fielding, is there anything that you wanted to add to Mr. Adams' summary of your proposal?
Yeah, just a few comments. These properties, so I'm speaking on behalf of this application and also the next, which is 2021-008, which I think is where we're headed after this one. But I just wanted to mention, these properties have been in a commercial area, as evidenced by one of the images earlier, but there's quite a bit of vacant land over there, and that commercial area has, in my opinion, languished a little bit. I am a real estate broker, and so I've kept my eye on those properties, and we felt like there was an opportunity for a higher and a better use. We were really excited to hear that the city made the move to allow for multifamily here, because we feel like that is a higher and better use. One of the biggest challenges we have in our community, and this is true for the nation in general, is a housing shortage. And so we applaud the city for taking the initiative and the foresight to make some change. And we feel like that Pasco deserves more housing. Our goal is to provide comfortable, attractive, affordable housing for those members of our community who are struggling to find a place to live. And we're very excited about these projects. We feel that they will complement the existing Mediterranean Villas community to the north, which is also a very nice townhouse community. And we look forward to enhancing the community and providing a product that we feel will benefit Pasco in general. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fielding. Is there anyone from the public who would like to provide testimony on this proposal?
Not seeing any, Madam Examiner.
Okay. Let the record reflect that no one from the public has indicated a wish to provide testimony on this proposal. As with the other matter, I'm going to keep the record open for a week, just in case there was anyone who did want to testify and was unable to do so due to technical difficulties. So that would be through Wednesday, July 21st. And then, of course, if this is a rezone proposal, I issue a recommendation. The council makes the final decision on that. And I do not have any questions on this, so I think we'll move to the next proposal by the same applicant, but this is matter 2021-008, and it's for property, a property that's 1.91 acres. And same rezone, meaning same zoning type request, C1 to R4. Mr. Adams, would you like to provide a summary of the proposal?
Yes, and backing up just for a moment, I want to make sure the viewing audience also knows that the prior item received 2 letters from the public, one from Vicky Locati, one from Charles and Claudia Stewart, and I believe I forwarded them to you to be added as part of the record. And if you have not received them, please let me know.
Okay, I may not have received them. You may need to forward them again to me. And these were 2 comments that were on the matter we just heard.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I will make sure if somehow I missed those, if you could re-forward them, then that way I definitely have them.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next one, 2021-008, Mr. Adams, you may go ahead and
Thank
on
you.
that.
Again, this is Z 2021-008, the Road 92 rezone, C1 to R4. This item is located to the east of the previous one by one street over. It is Coles Estates, Lot 22, and it's approximately 505 feet north of Road 92 Sanford Parkway intersection. The lot contains nearly 2 acres, and again, the request is to rezone this from C1, which is retail business district, to R4, high density residential. And again, the same comment, apartments that look and feel like townhouses. This site has frontage access on Road 92. And again, Road 92 connects to Sanford Parkway, which is a major arterial street. The comprehensive plan designates this lot mixed residential commercial, which allows for R4 zoning, and it allows for the development of townhouses and apartments. Residential density may range from 5 to 29 dwelling units per acre in this designation. And the rezone request and its intended use are consistent with both the comprehensive plan land use map designation. And we did receive a letter from Charles and Claudia Stewart in conjunction with this application, and I don't know if you've received that one. If you didn't, I can forward it to you.
Okay, yeah, please do. I don't think I received that for some reason. Okay. And then, is anything further, Mr. Adams?
No, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Fielding, I know you had testified earlier on your other rezone proposal, and you said those comments applied to this one as well. But I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to add on the second matter.
He's nodding no.
No. Okay. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and incorporate those comments that you had made earlier for this one as well. Is there anyone from the public who wanted to provide testimony on this second proposal this evening?
There is not, Madam Examiner.
Okay. All right. Well, as with the last one, we'll keep the record open for a week, so through Wednesday, July 21st, 5 p.m., in case there was anyone who wanted to testify on this proposal. And, of course, as it's a rezone, I issue a recommendation. Council makes the final decision on that. I did get a note, by the way, an email from the applicant on the original plat. Mr. Stromstead, he said that he can hear what is going on. Mr. Stromstead, I just wanted to check, can you talk as well?
Madam Examiner, I'm not having any success in contacting him. I have emailed him and notified him that it will be continued until the August hearing date.
Okay, all right, so he does know that. Okay. Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to, this is a special permit request, matter number 2021-010. This is matter E on the agenda, and it's a special permit request for the Road 100 Fire Station, number 85. Mr. Adams, do you want to go ahead and provide a summary of the proposal?
Thank you, Madam Examiner. So again, this is a property located at 3624 Road 100. It's located along Road 100 between Chelan Court and Maple Drive. It is currently zoned RS12, which is suburban. It is a 3.93 acre lot. The request is to locate a fire station, which would be fire station number 85, with fire department administration offices for the city of Pasco on the site. The proposed project is an approximately 12,600 square foot fire station with associated site improvements. The use will include sleeping and living areas for employees, apparatus bays and supporting spaces for the apparatus and firefighting equipment. And then the east half of the property will be further subdivided and developed with city streets and approximately 6 residential building lots, which the city will sell off. The highest proposed structure is 35 feet, which is allowed in the RS12 zoning district. And I think I included a fire station distribution and response zones map with this presentation. As seen on that map, much of the Broadmoor area of Pasco is not adequately served by City of Pasco emergency services if each fire station has a 6-minute response distance. Can you go to that map for us? There we go. So those are the 6-minute, let's see, each circle is a 3-mile radius or approximately 6 minutes. As you can see, the northwest section of Pasco is not covered by any of those circles. And so this is a needed facility in that area. That's what I have.
Okay, and I did receive a comment from Tammy Story on the fire station.
Yes.
Okay. Is the applicant present?
Yes, the applicant is.
Good evening, Ed Dunbar, Deputy Fire Chief with Pasco Fire.
Good evening. If you could state your name for the record, I didn't hear it.
Sorry, Edward Dunbar, D-U-N-B-A-R.
Thank you. And you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Is there anything that you wanted to add to the fire department summary of your proposal?
The only thing I think I would add is this is part of our ongoing master plan. We've identified several locations for our stations, and this actually was identified as a good location on the northwest area of the city, and will cover the northwest area of the city very well. We do have anticipation of staffing it in the very near future with proposed fire station design that's ongoing right now, and will serve that area of the city very well. It's been identified as part of our master plan and our drive time analysis that we've done. And we will work very close with neighbors in the design to have it fit into the neighborhood.
Okay. There was the comment that I reviewed on the fire station raised a concern about noise. Maybe you can talk about a little bit kind of how often you have fire trucks go in and out, perhaps to briefly address that comment.
Sure. Our current analysis shows that if we staff that station today, there would be about 500 times a year that the apparatus would be dispatched out of that station. And so it's a little bit more than 1 time a day, 2 calls a day, roughly. Currently, we do anticipate that to grow. So 2 to 3 calls a day, typically during business hours, especially as the business area to the northwest in the Broadmoor area would be occupied by more people. So it should have minimal impact, and it is on the road there. And during evening and sleeping hours, we tend to minimize our use of lights or sirens just to have consideration for the neighbors. And then we would have normal in and out traffic of a diesel apparatus, probably 2 to 3 times a day, which is consistent with the road traffic on Road 100 right now.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that you indicated because of the type of area that was served, a significant portion of the trips would be during the day, just because it's serving part of the area served as a kind of a business community? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, with the planned development in the Broadmoor area, that's primarily commercial. We expect most of the incidents to occur during normal business hours. So I would anticipate that most of them would be between 7 in the morning and 7 at night.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief Dunbar. Is there anything else?
Nope, I think that's good, unless you have further questions.
No, that was my primary question.
Thank you.
So at this point, we'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to provide testimony on this proposal?
Yes.
My name is Mike Bishop. I reside at 3515 Road 100, which is adjacent to the proposed fire station.
If you could state your name just a little bit slower and also spell it, that would be appreciated.
Mike Bishop, Mikebishop.
Okay. And you stated your address was 3515
Road 100.
Road 100. Thank you.
Which is,
You may proceed.
yeah, well, we are excited to have the fire station next to us. I have just a couple of concerns. The one would be there's a current road easement that lies between my property and the proposed fire station, which, by looking at the plot map, would be taken away to provide the access on the more north side of the property to go back to the cul-de-sac where the home plots are being built. This would limit my ability.
Is the easement you're referring to, is that an access easement, like a vehicle access easement?
It's a road easement.
Road easement, okay.
Yeah, it would originally connect from Maple Drive, I believe, was the initial to connect to the Maple Drive cul-de-sac to the east.
Okay.
And so, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just continue.
Okay, so my concern is, after talking to some people down here at the city, when they do their cul-de-sac for the proposed lots behind in residential, with the city restriction of 600 feet for a cul-de-sac, it would not allow me to continue that road as a cul-de-sac into my property if I wanted to subdivide my 3 acres that are to the west. So by switching and getting rid of that road easement would pretty much landlock my property and my neighbor to the south's property from any future development.
Okay, I'll have the applicant or department see if they can have a comment on that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Is there anyone else who wish to comment on the proposal?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Bishop raised a question about his road easement and whether that would be taken away with the proposal. I don't know if either the department or applicant has a response on this. I'll be keeping the record open, so if you don't off the hand, we can address that question during while the record remains open.
We do have a response. The subdivision that was designed, I failed to include it in the packet, and I apologize for that. But it includes a cul-de-sac that runs along the north edge of the property and then turns south and connects to the southern lot. The intent there was to make access available to the lots to the south, and also to connect to Maple Drive to the east.
So that would resolve that issue then?
That is the intent, yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you could supplement the record on that with further details to address that question, that would be appreciated. I don't know if the applicant, Chief Dunbar, I don't know if you had anything to add on that.
He says no.
Okay. All right, well, as with the other proposals, we'll keep the record open for a week, so through 5 p.m. July 21st. And Mr. Bishop, it sounds like that question has been addressed, but you can take a look at the additional material from the city on that, and if you have anything to add to your original question, please do so while the record remains open. And then I do issue the final decision on the special permit. The decision will be out within 10 business days of record closure. Any procedural questions from anyone on that?
Nope.
Okay. All right. So we will move now to the variance proposal by Mr. Yamku. This is regarding an upholstery shop in an R1 zoning district, matter number 2021-001. Mr. Adams, did you want to go ahead and proceed in summarizing this proposal?
Yes, thank you. So this request is located at 4418 Muris Lane, lot 51 of the La Vista Farms 2 subdivision. The zoning is R1, low density residential. The site contains approximately 0.1 acres or 7,865 square feet. Applicant is requesting a variance from Pasco Municipal Code 25.150.020, which prohibits upholstery shops from operating in residential zoning districts. Applicant applied for the business license on 17 April 2021, and there's an attached Exhibit A with that application. The license application was categorically denied on 23 April 2021 by planning staff. That's attached as Exhibit B. Denial was based on Pasco Municipal Code 25.195.020, which says, and I quote, due to increased possibility for generating hazardous or nuisance conditions, the following uses and those similar in nature shall not be permitted as home occupations. And then upholstering is included in that list. Applicants subsequently applied for a variance on 21 May 2021, and that is the attached Exhibit C. Any variance granted shall be subject to such conditions as will assure that the adjustment thereby authorized shall not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties in the vicinity and zoning in which the subject property is situated, and that the following circumstances are found to apply. Circumstance A, because of special circumstances applicable to the subject property, including size, shape, topography, location of surroundings, the strict application of the zoning ordinance is found to deprive subject property of rights and privileges enjoyed by other properties in the vicinity and under identical zoning classification. As far as we know, applicant has cited no special circumstances that pertain to that property that are not included in other properties in the surrounding neighborhood. Number B, the granting of the variance will not be materially detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property or its improvements in the vicinity and zone in which the subject property is situated. Applicant has suggested that there are other small home-based businesses in Pasco and that he does not believe his business to be a nuisance or hazardous type of business. However, he has not brought any evidence to bear or any mitigating strategies that would suggest that the sought-after upholstery operation would be in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood. And criterion number 3, that special circumstances applicable to the subject property were not created through the actions of the applicant or any predecessor in interest. This is a moot point because applicant did not bring up any special circumstances. And so that's kind of a summary of the case.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Is Mr. Yamq present?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Yamq. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. What did you wish to add as the basis for your requested variance?
Oh, can you read this one?
He is basically upholstery, and he does it as a hobby for just friends, family. He's not like doing it full time, but it is some money that he brings in, and he wants it to be like according to the law where he can claim it, tax money, but it's nothing that is disturbing. According to us, it's not disturbing the neighbors. It's not causing anything like disturbance or anything like that.
Like a noise or something like that?
Any noise
I have
or-
no car parked outside. And
He has no cars parked outside. I mean, everything is pretty calm.
Mr. Yamq? Is that Ms. Yamq? I just want to confirm.
I'm sorry, I'm just interpreting. He's my father-in-law, and this is Adilene
Okay.
Herrera.
Okay, great. Let me get your name then as well.
Adilene Herrera,
Can you spell all that for me?
Adilene, and last name Herrera.
Herrera.
Rera. Herrera.
Rera. Okay. And the language that he normally he would be speaking in, if you could.
Spanish.
Spanish. Oh, okay. And you're able to faithfully interpret what he's saying. You understand Spanish, and then you're able to translate it.
Correct.
Correctly in terms of what he's saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you swear or affirm to do so to the best of your ability.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Just wanted to get that clarified. I did have a question for him. It does sound like a very small operation. Based on the application materials, it sounds like he actually goes and picks up the furniture, so there aren't many vehicle trips. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I pick
Yeah,
up.
okay.
When customer needs something, just I go to his house and I pick up because I don't want to, cause trouble with my neighbor because, just because before I do this and have the skill I have some friend I work for because sometimes they want something to fix or even for seat for car or furniture but it's not a full-time job. Just I don't know. I have the skill and I want to keep it. So that's why I try to do something, get busy and I make some money. That's why I get the license. So I want to to report that money and I try to do everything right.
I had one other question. It sounds like this is upholstery repair, which is a little bit different from just entirely upholstering furniture. Am I understanding that correctly? And what is it? I guess the other follow-up on that is what is involved in upholstery repair?
Oh, just a machine and stepper gun, compression. Sometimes
Are there any harmful chemicals? Is there a lot of noise, that sort of thing?
No, I just try to work on the day. So, and like after 5, I don't want to make any noise because I live in the neighborhood and I try to be nice with all and because my neighborhood is nice with me, so I don't want to disturb them. So I just try to, to live like the neighbor wants. So because I know it's the place I live is a residential, so I understand I don't have to make noise. I don't want to park car. All the cars this house in the picture is mine, and another one is for my son. But I never park car outside. If I have to drive the car, I just keep in my garage, inside, not outside. But just sometime, not like I don't know, maybe one a month or I don't know, maybe I don't know. It's not.
So it sounds like there's not material detriment to the public welfare. The issue for me is the special circumstances because there is that language in the code about upholstery, and so to secure a variance, you have to have a unique situation that's different from other property owners, and since I can't amend the code, the council would have to do that. That would be the main challenge with granting a variance. It's just the word in terms of how the word is. The code is worded with specifically calling out upholstery. Although with this type of operation, which seems like fairly small, it doesn't sound like there would be material detriment. So is there anything further, Mr. Yamq, that you wanted to add to your testimony?
Just basically summarizing what he just said is that he never has any other vehicles. It's only his vehicles in his home. If he has any furniture to pick up, he goes and grabs it from the person's house in his van, that he has there in his home, and he just does part-time. It's his hobby, his skill, and he just
fix in his place.
and sometimes he even fixes some of the repairs at people's homes as well, but he tries to keep everything as peaceful as possible for the neighbors, and that's all basically.
Okay. All right, thank you for your testimony. At this point, we'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who wanted to comment on this proposal?
Thank you.
No, there's not.
Okay, all right. Well, as with the other proposals, I am keeping the record open, so I will keep record open through Wednesday, July 21st, 5 p.m. So if there's anyone from the public who wanted to comment, they may do so. And then, Mr. Yamq, if there's anything that you wanted to bring to my attention, you may do so while the record remains open, and then a decision will be out from me within 10 business days. Are there any procedural questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. So we will move to the next agenda item on the proposal. This is matter G, the zoning determination request, matter 2020-002, proposed by Mr. Strittok of SG Land Management.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Examiner.
Adams, would you like to provide a summary of the proposal?
Yes, thank you, Madam Examiner. Okay, this is a zoning determination for a proposed annexation. The property is located near the southeast corner of West Court Street and Harris Road, approximately 37.7 acres total. This is currently zoned RT, which is residential transition in the county. The annexation petitioners are seeking to rezone the site consistent with the comprehensive plan medium high-density residential land use designation. The city's comprehensive plan has recently been updated as stated in previous testimony and approved by City Council. The comprehensive plan designates the area medium high-density residential. This medium high-density residential comp plan designation may accommodate densities from 8 to 15 dwelling units per acre. The medium high-density residential comp plan designation allows for a medium high-density residential zoning. Unfortunately, the medium high-density residential zoning definition has not yet been created and is thus not available for current application. However, R3 zoning is available, and R3 zoning would also accommodate the 8 to 15 units per acre range specified in the newly approved comprehensive plan. It would also allow for single-family dwelling units, townhouses, condominiums, and multifamily units similar to the medium high-density residential zoning designation in the comprehensive plan. So those are the highlights of that report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. Is the applicant present?
I don't see anyone in the audience here.
Okay. All right, is there anyone from the public who wanted to comment on this proposal?
There's nobody left in the room.
Okay. All right, let the record reflect there is no one who wished to provide comment on this proposal. However, I am keeping the record open in case there was someone who wanted to comment and had technical difficulty doing so. So the record will be kept open through Wednesday, July 21st, 5 p.m. And comments may be received from anyone from the public or the applicant who wishes to provide comment. So we'll go ahead and move to the final item on the agenda It's also a zoning determination requested by the Cox Family Land LLC, matter number 2021-001. Mr. Adams, would you like to summarize the proposal?
Yes, thank you. Again, this is a zoning recommendation for annexation on Foster Wells Road and Capitol Avenue. And I don't have access. Let me see if I can move the map around a little. Hold on. All right, so this is the annexation area on the screen. It is approximately 115.74 acres, all owned by the Cox Family Land LLC. The 5 parcels are currently zoned I-2, which is a general industrial in the county. The anticipation is that this land would be annexed and receive an I-1 zoning designation. The reason being is that the county does not have a similar I-1 zoning designation, but that match is not critical because the land use anticipated is for an I-1 use. And it's pretty straightforward. And those are the highlights from our report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Is the applicant present? Sounded like perhaps not.
No, the applicant's not present, Madam Examiner.
Okay. So we'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this proposal?
There's no one in the audience.
Okay. Let the record reflect no one from the public has indicated wish to comment on the proposal. I am, of course, keeping the record open on this for a week, as with the other matters. So through Wednesday, July 21st, 5 p.m., anyone from the public or the applicant may submit comments on the proposal. Okay, I think we've made it through all of the agenda items. As I noted at the beginning of the proceeding, the first matter, matter A, the preliminary plat matter 2021-005, we are continuing to the August hearing, which would be the second Wednesday in August, which is August 11th at 6 p.m. And that's to provide an opportunity for the applicant and both members of the public to ensure they've been able to fully comment on the proposal. With the other matters, I think we were being able to sort the technical difficulties, but on all of those matters B through H, I am keeping the record open for a week through Wednesday, July 21st. If there are any concerns or questions about comment, any requests to reopen any of the hearings on any of these matters, those would be made as a comment and submitted to the planning department, and then those comments would be submitted to me for consideration. I do want to make sure that everyone who wished to comment on any of these proposals has had the opportunity to do so, to bring any concerns that they have about the particular proposal to my attention. Are there any procedural questions from either the department or the public?
I don't believe so, madam.
Okay. All right. Mr. Adams, Mr. White, is there anything else that I need to address this evening?
Nothing on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your participation and patience as we sorted the technical issues. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
So this is Firefighter Ben. Thanks for coming to our video to show how to replace the batteries in your smoke alarms. So we're going to go over some couple different types of smoke alarms today and show you about replacing those batteries, which you should be doing every year. Once a year is good. Normally we recommend people when the clock changes in the fall, that's a good time to change your batteries. If it gets done every year, you won't get that annoying beep sound that so many people call us about at 3 o'clock in the morning. So to get started, normally your smoke alarms, of course, are up on your ceiling and they're up on the top, so you got to get a ladder to get up there and get to them. We're going to simply use this one as an easy showcase here. First thing what you should always do is make sure the age of your smoke alarm is less than 10 years old. The manufacturer says you should be replacing them every 10 years. So the first thing you want to do is get that unmounted from the ring, usually just a quarter turn to pull that down. And of course this would be hanging from the ceiling. And then every smoke alarm has a manufacturer's date on it. This one happens to be manufactured in 2011, so it's got one more year left on it before we need to replace it. Once we know that it's less than 10 years old, we're going to go ahead and change the battery. So we're going to open that door. We're going to pull out the old battery. And then we're just going to, you got the compartment open. Very important when you put these in, these are designed, the battery only goes in one direction. So if the door doesn't shut correctly, then you know that the battery hasn't gone to the right direction and it'll make it much more difficult to close. So just make sure we got the battery in the right place. Slide that new battery in there, close the door, and then the next thing we're going to do is test the alarm, make sure everything is working. So we're going to hold that button in for a couple seconds until it starts beeping at us. Once it's beeping, we know the battery and the horn have made connection and they're working. It's really important to know though, the reason we want people to replace their alarms every 10 years is that the sensors inside is what senses the smoke. And so there's no way to actually test that. So when we push the button, all it's testing is the battery and the horn. And that's why it's important to do that, change that battery every year. And the smoke alarm needs to be replaced every 10 years. Thanks for joining us today. This is another community risk reduction message from the Pasco Fire Department.
No, let me call you back.
Good afternoon. Are you the homeowner?
Yes.
My crew and I are just down the street paving the driveway, and we got a whole extra truckload of asphalt and was wondering if you wanted your driveway paved.
Really? I don't know. What about permits from the city?
We already contacted the city. We got a permit. It's good.
That doesn't sound right to me. Let me go get the city's number. I'll call right now.
You don't need to call the city. Look, this is a one-time deal. Tomorrow the price might double or triple.
Unfortunately, spotting home improvement scams is not usually this easy. Many of these fly-by-night contractors take great care to appear to be legitimate by having a state license or even a local phone number. They will intentionally plan their visits to your neighborhood after normal business hours or on weekends, and even drop names of local building officials. They're hoping the home or property owner will quickly sign a contract, allowing the contractor to complete the project before the city becomes aware of the unpermitted and possibly substandard work. Worse, this unpermitted work can leave you with costly repairs and fines. And the contractors might even go as far as to dump their leftover materials in city streets and storm drains. It's best to avoid making unplanned or spontaneous home improvements before checking on the city's permitting requirements. City permit staff can easily explain the permitting requirements for your project and verify your contractor is properly licensed with both the city and state. Remember, city staff is here to serve you, and a properly permitted and inspected home improvement project will help save you headaches and money.
Look, I really think I need to call the city and get a permit. So thanks, but no thanks. Thank you.
Hey, you with the face.
Open up your books to page 360.
Did you just look at your phone while you was in class? You played yourself.
Talking about inspirational quotes.
You gotta believe in yourself. Don't ever play yourself. The key is to make it, so make it.
Louise, can you give me an example of an inspirational quote?
Don't play yourself. The key is to make it.
And who said that?
I did. Now that's a major key alert.
Learn the real major keys to getting to college at getschool.com.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The Council thanks you for being part of our city government. At workshop meetings, the Council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Washington State, per federal guidelines, has lifted the requirements for face coverings for vaccinated individuals in most situations. Therefore, Council members, staff, and the public who are vaccinated may attend this meeting without a face covering. Those individuals who have not been vaccinated will need to continue to wear a facial mask in the meetings until the order has been lifted by the state of Washington. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The City Council workshops may be accessed through GoToWebinar. This workshop is also being televised live on Pasco TV channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, and YouTube channel. This and previous council workshop videos is available on the city's website. And lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager or city clerk or using the feedback form on the city's website. With housekeeping out of the way, can we have a roll call, please?
Okay. Council members Alvarado.
Present.
Maloney.
Present.
Milne.
Present.
Roach. Present. Serrano.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barajas. Present. And Mayor Martinez.
Present. Thank you. Everyone's here. Thank you for coming tonight. May we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. And we'll go to item number 4 on the agenda. Any verbal reports from council members? Yes, Council Member Milne.
Yes, as you know, today I was at the Pasco Chamber Lunch, and I had the great honor of hearing our mayor give a great speech about why he became a councilman, and very transparent, talked about basically the goals of Pasco and the things that we're doing, and it was very actually emotional. He talked a lot about his parents, and if you get the chance, I would recommend all the other council members watching it. It was really good. It talked about the previous council and then why he enjoys working with our council. I'm getting just a little emotional just thinking about it, but it was a really good speech.
Thank you, Councilmember Milne. Anybody else? Yes, Councilmember Alvarado.
Yeah, just reporting. I attended the Ben Franklin Transit. Our last virtual meeting. Next month we'll be meeting in person, so that's good news. And just lots going on there. Trying to represent the city of Pasco to my best ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarado. Yes, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to share real quick that yesterday, Sunday, we had a pop-up event over at the Tri-Cities Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, a pop-up vaccination. So it was a good result. We had all 3 vaccinations available, and we had 50 people come by, actually get vaccinated, but the traffic coming through, we also did food boxes from Second Harvest, so we had about 100 families coming by.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Barajas. And with that, I will share, as Councilmember Milne shared, I spoke at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, and it was so refreshing to be in person and having these meetings and all these businessmen and women show up to the meeting. It was wonderful to see. I've had a few ribbon cutting ceremonies where those businesses became members of the Pasco Chamber of Commerce. And I just got to share a little bit of history. It was really ironic because it was the first time I really got to present myself in public to the businesses of our community, and it was kind of an exit speech as well. So this has been pretty awkward in many ways, but You know, we're staying positive and moving forward in many other ways. And also, after the meeting, I was confronted with several businesses, and I just want to send out kudos to our staff and in particular to our Community and Economic Development Organization, who I know are under a lot of pressure as the pandemic is easing up its restrictions, and there's starting to be a lot of activity going on, and there's a lot of issues that may need to be fixed, and most of the time we probably just hear the negative, but there was a lot of kudos going out to that department with the department stepping up and helping them out get things going again. So thank you very much for that. All right, with that said, we'll move right along and get the meeting going with items for discussion. And first, we have our Washington State Legislative Session update. City Deputy Manager Adam Lincoln, do you want to kick us off with that?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Tonight we have Brianna Murray back with us again to give us an update on some of the items that took place during the session, and then of course we had our tour with some of our lawmakers just about a week ago. So I'll turn it over to her to provide the update. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Brianna, and thank you for coming, and thank you for bringing the special guest as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. There we go. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's wonderful to be here. It's been so long since I've been to a council meeting in person, I forgot how to turn on the mic. It was also wonderful to be able to do the Pledge of Allegiance in person. A special thanks to your Finance Department for providing childcare this evening. It's an added service as a client that I greatly appreciate. I have a PowerPoint presentation for you all. So do I need to do something to bring that up, or will it come up automatically? There it goes. Okay, wonderful. So first, we are joined by Holly Kochi as well. She's joined virtually, and I think you all have met her. She assists me in being your eyes, ears, and lobbyists in Olympia. This evening, we're going to provide you with an overview of the 2021 legislative session, talk about the outcome of your legislative priorities, and then cover a fair number of additional legislative issues that weren't necessarily on your priorities, but will have an impact on city business, and talk about next steps and how to prepare for the 2022 legislative session. So starting first with a broad overview of the 2021 legislative session, the legislature, as a reminder, operates on a 2-year cycle, and this was the first year of that 2-year cycle, or the legislative biennium. As the first year of that 2-year cycle, it was scheduled to be a long legislative session and scheduled to last 105 days, January through April. Unique this year, like many things, it was conducted almost entirely in a virtual format. Democrats held the majority in both the House of Representatives and the State Senate. They had stronger majorities than they've had in recent years, and as such, they were really able to set the agenda for this legislative session. And Democrats highlighted 4 items that they wanted to accomplish. They wanted to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, address equity and racial issues, address climate change, and spur economic recovery. And they considered a total of 1,075 bills along the lines of those topics. Of those, 334 passed into law. For comparison, that is about half as number of bills being introduced as what we would see in a regular session. So the virtual format did limit the number of bills introduced. However, it is on average maybe just slightly below what would typically pass into law. So while they considered fewer bills, approximately the same number were enacted. In addition to considering policy bills, the legislature also adopted biennial operating capital and transportation budgets. The city has those 3 budgets that they balance, and their fiscal year runs July 1 of 2021 through June 30th of 2023. So they've adopted those 2-year budgets, and next year they'll be making amendments to those 2-year budgets. They received $4.25 billion in federal funds through the American Rescue Plan to help balance all three of those budgets. Additionally, they enacted a capital gains tax, which generates $415 million for the biennium. That capital gains tax is going to be challenged in terms of whether or not it is constitutional, but it is balanced. It is revenue that they've booked in their budget as part of balancing it. They reserved about $1 billion. They held about $1 billion in reserve. And of those three budgets, the one that's most lean and struggling the most is the transportation budget. Of all the budgets, that's the only budget that has not seen revenues return to pre-pandemic levels. And there's an increasing demand to fund new projects, new transportation projects, but no revenue to fund those. Given that, there was a lot of conversation about a grand bargain that would allow the climate change and transportation issues to be addressed. So the grand bargain that was discussed throughout the legislative session included three elements: a low carbon fuel standard, which reduces the carbon content of fuel, which has the likely impact of increasing the cost of fuel without generating any additional revenue. A cap and invest proposal, which requires emitters to get a permit for emitting greenhouse gas emissions, not too different than like a stormwater permit, but an emitter would have a certain allowance for how much greenhouse gases they may emit, and then if they become more efficient, they're allowed to trade their allowance to others who may need it. It does generate a significant amount of revenue, and through this grand bargain discussion, $5 billion of that revenue would be dedicated to transportation. The third element of the grand bargain was a transportation revenue package, which would take that $5 billion from cap and invest, couple it with an increase in gas tax, as well as a dozen or so additional increases in existing fees in order to fund a project list as well as maintenance and preservation of the state system. The legislature enacted the first two elements of this grand bargain, the low carbon fuel standard and the cap and invest, but they could not reach an agreement on a transportation revenue package. The House and Senate each had proposals introduced, but they were simply too far apart. The low carbon fuel standard and cap and invest proposals, as they passed the legislature, included language that linked them to a transportation revenue package, but the governor then vetoed that language, thereby sort of breaking this grand bargain that was discussed. Even though the grand bargain is now not linked all together, legislators on both sides of the aisle have indicated they plan to challenge the governor's use of this veto authority, and that there's a really strong interest in the development of a transportation revenue package. That is all important context to reviewing your 2021 funding requests and the outcomes of them. And overall, we had a pretty good legislative session. Within the capital budget, the city received $1 million for the MLK Community Center. The Port of Pasco received $7.5 million for the Ryman Industrial Center. I will note that that does require a signed agreement from a food processor. And $2.7 million was allocated to a Tri-Cities behavioral health facility, which you all had indicated strong support for. In addition to those capital budget investments, we had requested funding within any transportation revenue package for the Oregon Avenue overlay, Sylvester Street bike ped crossing, and US 12 safety improvements. I'm pleased to share that in all of the discussions around a transportation revenue package, those projects were included. What this means is that if there is an agreement reached on a transportation revenue package, that we're well positioned to receive funding. Whether or not an agreement is reached is a bit out of our hands. I want to note that in addition to that specific capital and transportation funding, that there were two other policy items that have a funding connection. That was the passage of Senate Bill 5345, which creates an industrial symbiosis grant program, which will be a grant program that the processed water reuse facility can be funded through, and the passage of a tax increment financing, which is an economic development tool which will help the Ryman Industrial Center receive adequate funding. Are there any questions about your funding requests before I move on to the details of some of the additional issues the legislature tackled this session?
Any Question, yes, sir.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question on the Ryman Industrial Center. It says plus tax increment financing. What does that look like?
So tax increment financing is an economic development tool where the increased and assessed valuation generated from whatever private development occurs there can be dedicated toward paying for the public infrastructure that allowed that private development to occur. It's an economic development tool that exists in 48 other states, and the legislature just this past session allowed Washington State to join the rest of the nation in utilizing that economic development tool.
Thank you.
Yep.
And go ahead, Councilman Alvarado.
Yeah, just curious what the purpose of the veto, what the rationale was given for the veto. I'm not sure if that was public.
Sure. So the low carbon fuel standard and the cap and invest proposals could not have been enforced if a transportation revenue package were not enacted. And so the governor's statement when he did the veto was that he didn't want sort of the discussions around a transportation revenue package to hold up progress on either of those proposals in addressing what he views as a climate crisis and something that's very urgent.
Thank you. And I have one quick question. If there was to be an agreement on the transportation revenue, are those quantities pretty much can they vary, or are those going to be the quantities that would be funded?
Great question. There's no guarantees in the legislative process, and I never want to, count anything until it is truly signed into law. We are well positioned to receive the dollar amounts that are included on the slide. That doesn't mean we're guaranteed to. They may revisit the project list and renegotiate those in future legislative sessions. But thus far, all the proposals include the 3 projects at those funding amounts.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, so one of the big areas that the legislature tackled this session was criminal justice or police reform. They enacted over a dozen different bills, and that may sound like a lot, but of the 80 plus so proposals that I saw, that is quite a narrowed down and winnowed down list of bills that actually were passed into law. I have not included all of them on the slide, and I'm not going to go into these in super great detail, but what I do want to do is give you some flavor of what your police department is now going to be facing as far as analyzing these bills and implementing. So House Bill 1054 enacted a series of changes in police tactics, including eliminating chokeholds, vascular neck restraints, eliminating no-knock warrants, limiting the amount of military equipment that a police department can acquire, limiting the use of tear gas, and putting a new model policy in place around the use of K-9 units. House Bill 1310 enacted a civil use of force standard, which changes how officers will engage in a use of force and whether or not they incur civil liability or could face a civil lawsuit for utilizing use of force. The legislation was enacted also establishing a duty to intervene if an officer observes another officer engaging in misconduct, that particularly is misconduct that is causing injury to another person. An entire new process through the Criminal Justice Training Commission was created for officer decertification. I'm not going to go into the details of that new process. It was like 50 plus page bill, but a whole new process. And legislators advancing this policy have said that this is the accountability element of their package. The legislature also changed how arbiters are selected to resolve disputes around police misconduct. The PERC board is going to have a set of statewide arbiters that will be assigned to cases as they come up rather than otherwise being selected. The state created a whole new state agency called the Office of Independent Investigations that will look into any use of force resulting in serious bodily injury or death. There's also somewhat duplicative, but an audit of any use of force investigation that occurs. So the Office of Independent Investigations will investigate use of force instances that result in death, and any other use of force investigation will be audited by the state auditor's office. The Attorney General's office is going to lead an effort that's going to collect use of force data from every police department in the state, and they're going to be conducting a stakeholder process to look at additional police data, such as traffic stop data, to collect statewide to inform future efforts. One of the items that did not pass into law that I anticipate will return with some momentum next session is independent prosecution of use of deadly force. That was a bill that was coupled with the Office of Independent Investigations that did not advance this session. That seems to have a lot of momentum on it moving forward. The other is creating a civil liability for police misconduct, which would allow additional lawsuits to be brought forward against the city or cities in general for police misconduct through a state cause of action. Right now, that cause of action largely just exists at the federal level. So high overview there. You will likely be hearing more about these as they are implemented, and this is probably just round one of what will be several rounds of bills considered by the legislature.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember.
Have we seen any impact on police forces, in particular in regards to morale? Or is it too early to see?
That's a great question. I wouldn't know the answer to that. I'm not on the ground in your police department.
Chief Roski, have we seen any direct correlation here?
So we are right now trying to digest all of the information that's there with our legal staff to see what the impacts on law enforcement are going to be. Much of what you see up here is positive. There are some things that are going to be challenges for law enforcement, not necessarily for the better. And so you're absolutely right. What does that do for morale, recruiting, which is already difficult for us, and of course retention. But I think it'd be premature to try and speculate right now on what that looks like as we're trying to analyze all of the data and what that's going to look like as we implement these in the next few months.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. I guess, however, I may offer my support to the officers. I mean, they do an excellent job here in Pasco. Absolutely upstanding. We've made tremendous improvements in the 6 years that I've been here. So I appreciate the strides you've made, but whatever support I can offer to help encourage and, gauge that morale, I'd appreciate knowing that.
And thank you, Councilman. That means something, and it certainly does mean something to our officers out there to know that I support them, the city manager supports them, but certainly that you support them and their efforts certainly means a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Serrano and Chief Roski. Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Serrano, for bringing that up. I appreciate that. The question I have is regards to the Office of Independent Investigations. Where does that report up through? Is it up through the governor's office? Are they putting it in the attorney general's office?
So it's an entirely separate state agency. All state agencies do fall under the executive branch, which is led by the governor's office.
Is it intended to have its own separate elected official?
It won't have a separate elected official. It will be like, think of it like a Department of Social and Health Services or Department of Ecology, or they don't have elected heads. They're agencies, and the executive director is appointed by the governor. The distinction there is that it is not it is not within the governor's office, which was something that was discussed, which would mean it would be under direct oversight, and it's not. It is a separate state agency, and the governor would appoint the leader of it.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I understood how that organizational structure was going to function. So
Yeah, I do want to give special thanks to the chief. He did review a lot of legislative proposals throughout the legislative session and provided me with input and feedback. And I will say, these bills all evolved and changed drastically from the versions they were introduced to the versions that passed into law. And I would say the vast majority of the changes integrated reflected feedback that law enforcement provided. Does that mean that it reflects everything that law enforcement would love, or really that any stakeholder wanted. No, I would say all of these reflect a true art of compromise, and that all sides of the stakeholdering were not happy with the results, which means it's a true middle ground. The other issue that, there were many, but another issue that the legislature tackled was to respond to the Blake decision. So in the middle of the legislative session, the Washington State Supreme Court found that the statute making the possession of controlled substances a felony was unconstitutional, thereby overturning it. What this had the immediate effect of was making the possession of controlled substances legal, and requiring that any previous convictions under the statute be resentenced. The legislature grappled with how to respond to this Supreme Court decision. We saw proposals that mirrored what occurred in Oregon, which was making controlled substances at certain amounts legal. What the legislature landed on, which again I think reflected true compromise, something that neither side was extremely happy about. They developed a temporary policy that is set to expire in 2023. It makes the possession of controlled substances a misdemeanor rather than a felony. That does mean that it no longer goes to county for prosecution, but is prosecuted at the municipal level. And in order to prosecute, law enforcement must first interact with that individual and refer them to treatment at least 2 times before arresting them. So a requirement for pre-arrest diversion twice. And then once arrested, the prosecutor is strongly encouraged to also utilize diversion programs rather than actually prosecuting. There's no requirement at that point, and there's no requirement beyond the first 2 times of deferral before arrest. Between now and 2023, the legislature has created the Substance Use Recovery Services Advisory Committee. They have a preliminary report due on December 1st of 2021 and a final report due in December of 2022, which means it's really being set up for the legislature to enact a new bill in 2023. Are there any questions about the response to the Blake decision? This is an item that I expect we will continue to be working on into the future. Okay, an oldie but goodie, state shared revenues, something we're all familiar with. This year, state shared revenues were fully funded and increased, and it was the first time I've seen state shared revenues increase since before the Great Recession, so it's significant that they were increased. Cannabis funding statewide was increased by $10 million. That's distributed on a formulaic basis. And implementation funding for police reform bills was provided. It's one-time funding, $20 million statewide, distributed to cities on a per capita basis. Additionally, the legislature approved temporary fiscal flexibility to allow you to utilize some of your existing revenues in various ways for the short term, really between now and the end of 2023. And the desire in that flexibility was to provide you with the tools to navigate the impacts of the pandemic. Also, another oldie but goodie is defending local control. We saw dozens of bills introduced that would have impeded on your ability to maintain local control, particularly in the land use arena. Fortunately, most of those bills did not pass into law. The exception is the 2 on your screen. House Bill 1220, which requires you to allow emergency shelters anywhere that hotels are allowed. And Senate Bill 5235, which eliminated your ability to regulate the number of unrelated people living in a home. You can regulate the number of unrelated people per square footage now, but not a set number of people per home. I will note that the legislature had a very robust discussion around accessory dwelling units and whether to preempt local regulatory control on that, and the governor ended up vetoing the section pertaining to accessory dwelling units. I anticipate it will be coming back with momentum next session. Lobbying is a year-round effort. As a reflection of that, we actually just had our 9th and 16th district legislators, as well as the chair and vice chair of the House Transportation Committee, out to Pasco last week week before last, for a tour of our transportation projects in conjunction with the Lewis Street Overpass groundbreaking. These interim efforts, things like that transportation tour, are really important to setting us up for success next session. We want to continue to do that in the coming months. I also just really want to extend a great deal of thanks to your 9th and 16th district legislators, and I would just give a specific call out to your 16th district legislators that are new, Senator Dozier and Rep. Clicker, where they have been in office only in a virtual format, interacted with us almost entirely virtually, and really hit the ground running. Not to take away from the effort of all of them, but their freshman performance was really quite impressive. I think, as you are all aware and have discussed, the Redistricting Commission is meeting, and they will be making recommendations on new legislative district boundaries in November of 2021. I think I've already worked with all of you on how to provide input into that process, and will continue to do so in the coming months. I encourage us all to prepare for the 2022 session early and often. It is on January 10th. With a long legislative session this year that went 105 days, our interim is quite truncated. And along those lines, I would note that there was one item on your legislative priorities that I did not discuss this evening that I would say is a lingering item we may want to discuss for 2022, and that is mental health funding. You all had requested that the state make significant, robust investments in mental health funding, and they did so largely through their capital budget, and they funded the Tri-Cities Behavioral Health Facility. We have also previously talked about requesting the authority for the city to impose the mental health sales and use tax that if the county does not. For example, the city of Tacoma imposes the mental health sales and use tax because for years Pierce County had not imposed it. You all decided not to advance that request this past legislative session, but I would note that the political climate is such where that would be a request that would be well taken by the current legislature if you all wanted to advance it. So I'd encourage comments, questions, feedback on that particular concept early so we can make sure we're adequately prepared by January 10th. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions and would certainly defer to City Manager or Deputy City Manager if they had anything to correct or add.
Councilmember Alvarado, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation. It's always good to get these 15 minutes of so much work and so much information, so I appreciate it. I have a couple questions. One is on the Senate Bill 5235, and specifically when it comes to ADUs. Was there any specific language on the accessory dwelling units, on if they're detached or attached language?
There was no language pertaining to attached, detached. This legislative session honed in on whether or not cities should be allowed to require that either the ADU or the primary residence be owner occupied.
Okay.
That is, in previous legislative sessions, there's been broader ADU discussions, and I think the discussions moving forward will be broader, but this session in particular, it was about that owner occupancy requirement.
Yeah, and I definitely would love more information on the options the city has for mental health funding. As this conversation that's pretty heated locally, especially from a Ben Franklin Transit Board policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarado. Councilmember Serrano.
Thank you. Just a quick question on redistricting. So by November 15th, they're supposed to make a decision. When is that in place? Will it be for the 2022 session? So what happens if one of our representatives is districted out? Do they get to retain their seat for the completion of their tenure? I mean, I know state law requires you to live in your district.
Yeah, so the districts really become they become known by the legislative session. They become effective with the November 22 elections. So next legislative session, we will continue to be served by the 16th and 9th district legislators. If there is a change in who is representing the city of Pasco, they will know that that change is forthcoming. That is actually helpful because we can kind of help facilitate any transition that may be forthcoming and engage any new legislators that we might be looking to have, or and also help like sort of facilitate anyone we might be losing in passing off information.
No, I appreciate that. That was kind of what I wanted to draw into is, as much as we'd hate to see a handoff, we have to prepare for it, right? We'll know it come Thanksgiving, but until then, we may want to just keep that in the.
Yeah, I will say there's one scenario where we don't know, and that is if the redistricting commission cannot reach an agreement. And then it becomes a fairly long, protracted process where the Supreme Court gets to then draw boundaries. It's never happened before. I think that the commission has stated a strong desire to reach an agreement. And I think there is a political interest on both sides of the aisle to reach an agreement.
Thank you.
If there's no further comments by council or staff, Brianna, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much for the work and efforts. Ever since I've been on council, I've got to see firsthand the impact and the influence you have, and just the way you deal with all of our representatives. Always appreciated it. I know, speaking for our former mayor, Matt Watkins, very much respected how you have been able to be a champion for us here in Pasco, and just appreciate all the work you do. And it's been a pleasure working with you and during all this time. And again, thank you for the presentation and for the updates. It's always good to know we have somebody that's fighting for us over there. And I know, although we pay for it, we feel it's money well spent. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, and I would just also give a special thanks to Holly, who's
Yes.
listening in virtually. And I just encourage you, as you're interacting with the 9th and 16th District legislators out in the community or otherwise, or if you have a few minutes via email, to just extend a great deal of thanks to them. Really, our ability to be successful in Olympia is a team effort. It's the 9th and 16th District legislators working with me. It's your city staff, particularly Dave and Adam, meeting with us very regularly, answering late night phone calls, urgent emails, all kinds of things to get us the information we need to be successful. So and then you all played a very integral role this session as well. And so I think it's a team effort, and I'm really just honored to be part of the team.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Well,
I'm going to go find the child care center.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, well, thank you very much. Great report and good update, and looking forward to a lot of great things there. So next, we will go to the next item, which is our 6-year transportation improvement plan. And we have tonight Dan Ford, who's going to be presenting tonight. But Mr. White, would you like to kick this off, or?
Oh, sure, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Just very briefly, this annual process for the 6-year transportation improvement program is an effort at coordinating the city's transportation projects. It's required by state law, and it is necessary, once it's adopted, for receiving state and federal funds. Mr. Ford, and I'm sure Council recalls past efforts at this update, but Mr. Ford has an extensive list of projects, and we'll be able to explain many of those or all of those tonight.
Thank you, Director White. Mr. Ford, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce Tyler Johnson as well. He's one of our senior technicians, and Tyler. Oh, she turned it off. Tyler was good enough to be voluntold to help me with the 6-year transportation plan. I will say one thing that Tyler came to me about a week ago and said, "My gosh, there's a lot that goes into that." And I'm like, "Yeah, welcome to the current city of Pasco." And as everybody has mentioned, and Holly as well, Brianna as well, thank you. That transportation is a real challenge to get funded, and we deal with that almost every day. One of the real challenges is, unless something happens to your utilities, you don't see those on a daily basis. You get in your car almost every day. You drive almost every day. You see the challenges faced with transportation on a daily basis. So it's one of those things that's right there. It's bright in everybody's face, and we get to deal with it. As Brianna had mentioned, on a regular basis. We did have a really good tour, I think, when that Brianna had mentioned. We were able to tour much of Pasco and many of the projects, whether those folks on the bus really knew all the projects that were associated with the trip. Somebody put the city engineer in charge of the route, and I can tell you that we actually went from project to project to project. I'm going to say there were well over a dozen projects that we went through, but not all of them did we get to highlight. And I'll talk a little bit about those this evening as we go through this. First and foremost, there are a couple of minor errors due to the large number of projects. There's almost 50 projects on this list this year. There's a couple of numbering errors that you'll notice. One of them, for example, I think it was renumbering error on number 34. It kind of dropped off on the far side of your spreadsheet or your workbook. But we'll work through those in the next couple of days and get a finalized version of that. Let's see. Whoops. Come on. Get me going the other way. Here we go. I like that much better. So you'll see a little bit different format this year to a certain degree, especially on the mapping. But one of the things you'll notice is those projects that I spoke about, and quite largely the emphasis of the area out there at Broadmoor. You'll notice a lot of numbers out in that area, and we'll talk about the number of projects out there this evening. But before I start on the new projects, we'll talk about the completed projects or those anticipated to be complete by the end of the year. Road 68 widening south of Interstate 182, the phase 1 of that project. Argent Road improvements, phase 1, of which there were 3 phases in total. Burns Road pedestrian bicycle pathway, phase 1. I believe that is the pathway on the far westerly side of a 3-phase pathway project on the south side of Burns Road. Court Street traffic revisions project and a transportation system master plan, which we're very close to getting that finalized for you and for everybody else, especially for us to use. We're looking forward to it. New projects. Again, 2 slides on this one. I couldn't get them all on one slide and still be readable, so we'll walk down them somewhat quickly. Oregon Avenue overlay. I think you saw that on Brianna's slide earlier. Court Street overlay as well. Road 100 South widening. Road 100 North improvements. And we'll go through these in a little bit more detail when I get on my next slide. Buckingham Drive extension and signal, again in the Broadmoor area. Road 100 interchange improvements, both eastbound and westbound ramp. You'll also notice at the bottom of this page there's also an analysis that is associated with that as well. And then the Burns and Broadmoor intersection improvements, again in that Broadmoor area. Burns Road widening phase 1 and Burns Road widening phase 2, again in that same area. New Road 108 phase 1 and New Road 108 phase 2. And then we have our only 2 projects that I was able to glean from our transportation system master plan because it's not completed yet. Rainier Avenue and Karcher Street improvement and project. Install a signal up there at the interchange, and a signal Sylvester Street and US 395 northbound off-ramp intersection improvement, and again installing a signal. And we'll see more of those projects develop and other things out of the transportation system master plan. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted to try to talk a little bit or give you an opportunity to see the Broadmoor area. And I apologize that things got a little bit small, but again, trying to, emphasize, I guess, the number of projects in this area and trying to discuss, I guess, what is most important. You'll note that from previous presentations, it's the Sandifer extension. West of Road 100 was something that we talked about, both phase 1 and phase 2. Those are still included, but now you'll have what is the realignment of Harris Road at some point in time when that works for the developer. And then that will actually, right now we're calling that Road 108 to stay with the numbering system, and it'll have 2 phases taking us all the way up to Burns Road. I also mentioned some widening of Burns Road in 2 phases. The first phase is from Road 100 to Road 108. The second phase would take it farther to the west. We've also got intersection improvements at Sandifer. We've got intersection improvements at Burns and Broadmoor, or Road 100. And then we've got corridor improvements going down Broadmoor as well. We've also got Buckingham, which might be new to all of you that haven't noticed that there is a Buckingham there, but because of the initial development going on there, that is one of the roadways that is intended to be constructed very early on, and it is intended to also have a signal at that intersection as well. As we continue to work our way south, again, I mentioned the Sandifer intersection and the importance there. We're also currently, as of today, I've got an RFQ that is going out for interchange improvements. That's been one of the areas where it's been known that we do need to make improvements, and WashDOT has let us know many times that that is coming about, and as we know, the development in the area is going to trigger many of those improvements. And so we've been in multiple different meetings to talk about that, including one that I just had today with WashDOT specifically to talk about the process, to go through that analysis and the things necessary in order to make the improvements required at the interchange. And that will be one of the things that I'll be looking to bring a consultant on board and guide us through that process. And hopefully that process, if we are able to do it as quickly as possible, we're probably still looking at a year-long process in order to complete that and get all the approvals, including FHWA. But again, without going down through the list again, you'll notice that those are the same projects that I had mentioned previously. And we can talk about that if you've got any questions, including the additional projects that we have carried over from last year. The other thing I wanted to emphasize, and we tried to emphasize this in the tour that we had with the legislators, was that the Broadmoor area isn't the only area of growth. As you all know, the Road A, WashDOT was in just a few months ago, as a matter of fact, and they talked about closing the left turn from A onto SR12. And if you haven't been out there, it is actually closed now. They've got the striping done, the candles are in. That is a restricted movement. But I didn't want to, let this presentation go this evening without pointing out the improvements that are necessary. And Brianna also had the legislators, and she had one of the improvements shown out there on SR12, which I believe 31 highlights. And it's an analysis out there for what WashDOT proposed back in 2009 as an interchange. The problem that we currently have out there at Road A and at Tank Farm or Sacagawea is the at-grade crossings. And I will share with you that as I put together the tour, one of the things I wanted to do was emphasize the issues that we have out at SR12. And so I asked the transportation folks if they wouldn't mind going down Road 40 East, taking a left on Sacagawea Park Trail, and then going out to SR12, taking a left on SR12, and then coming up and then turning into A. They declined to do that, saying that really probably wasn't in tops on their list to make that movement. So we changed that route. We went out A, took a right, went down to Tank Farm and or Sacagawea and turned in and made the loop that way. And we were able to stop out there and talk a little bit about the improvements going on out there. And some of you may know about some of the improvements that are going out there and the demands that are going to be placed upon the area. And there's even more that's going on out there than maybe a lot of people know. But rest assured that we are trying to take those things into consideration. And I think your continued emphasis and efforts associated, as Brianna said, with talking to folks about the improvements necessary out at SR12 will let us have some options and make those talks easier for us staff and for Brianna and her folks as well. So again, this was just a slide to try to reemphasize that area. And with that, I'll conclude.
I'll just make a quick comment. I was
Sure.
on that tour, and it was quite interesting. Obviously you get a lot more traffic on A Street, which the change that was made there was obviously very much needed. But I think they got the message when on Tank Farm Road, when trucks come in and out of there, I mean, it's even harder for heavy semi trucks to come in and out of there. They got the message. I believe they did. And anyway, yes, you did a very good job on that tour explaining the situation. And that's going to be one of the areas that very quickly we'll see. We'll have more. It's going to get busier and busier as time goes on. So it'll be interesting to see that. So thank you very much for that. Councilmember Alvarado.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And we always get excited when we see these maps and look to the transportation future. One question I had is I was looking at previous TIPs, and one that was labeled 22 on the one that was 18 to 23, which is the Sacagawea Heritage Trail Levy. I'm just curious if there was any rollover of that or any continued talks of that just has fallen off. Just a little more information on that.
No, I believe that's still a project that the CIP, you mean a levy lowering effort?
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, it was, and I may be confused on this one, it was going to have some form of ability to extend the current cycling pathway to go underneath the bridge. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, and I believe it was also a lowering effort that was associated with that as well, trying to get maybe a little bit more room on the top of the levee for the pathway associated with that. And I believe that's still a CIP project that's underway.
It is, Councilmember Alvarado. The underpass part of the trail project going underneath the bridge was one that started to get pursued, and it turns out that the railroad wasn't interested in doing what was initially proposed. The trail lowering in that area was too close to the abutment for the bridge, and so they rejected the idea. So I think it's up to us now to try to come up with an alternative solution. And then for the levee lowering project, we pursued an RCO grant for that, and unfortunately we're not successful at getting it at this time. So those, although those are still on our CIP, they're not moving forward as of yet, and we'll continue to pursue them.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, I'm interested to see what if we have alternative ways of making that happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Alvarado. Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Ford, thank you as always for, I know, all the hard work that you and your staff put into this. This is no trivial task, and I think we all recognize that, especially when we see a whole lot more additions than we see subtractions. That just means the increased workload that we as a city are going to face and can continue facing. I expect this likely be a trend more or less over the years, that we're going to see more rather than fewer. I guess my real question is, I was kind of surprised that I didn't see any roads 68 and 182 improvements, no interchange discussion along with that lines. I know that's something that, you know, we have frequent conversations about, and certainly have plenty of feedback from our community on. And I know there's some aspects that are small and easy to manage, and there are some that are large and very expensive projects.
Sure.
Can you speak at all to what that looks like in terms of horizon and when that might?
As far as the Road 68 improvements at the interchange go?
Yes.
And we've had that one on the list for a while, and it's still on. It's number 18, I believe. And actually it came up in discussions today, and there's, and again, hopefully it's on yours as well, but if not, it's one that we haven't taken off. The discussions today and the continuing discussions will be part of the TSMP, Transportation System Master Plan, and it will actually come into play also as we talk about Road 100. There are no impacts that happen at Road 100 that won't in some way impact Road 68. One of the things that we have at Road 68 that we also have as part of our future planning and our past projects at Road 100 is a bike ped or an active transportation element associated with that one, and we really are working towards that. I know that burden improvements, signage and striping, and Wrigley connection, which is just recently been completed, were some of the initial considerations associated with Road 68. It hasn't gone away. We haven't forgotten about it. It'll be part of the analysis that we do associated with the Road 100, because one of the interesting things about the Broadmoor area, and one of the things that you may remember from the feasibility study that was done by Berger ABAM a few years back, was that and one of the things that concerned both WashDOT and Federal Highways was the fact that citizens of Pasco were leaving Pasco and really putting a lot of pressure on Interstate 182. One of the neat things about the Broadmoor area and the commercial development that's intended to go on there are the amount of jobs that it will actually keep in Pasco, therefore reducing the impacts. But those same jobs and the ability for the local network to get through the local network into those areas is going to be very important. That was part of the discussion with WashDOT today, and that will be part of the Road 100 analysis as we go forward, and has been part of the Transportation System Master Plan focus as well. One of the other projects that I'll just share also that has been on the tip for a number of years, but it's been pushed out, has been the Road 76 overpass. That was part of the discussion as well today with WashDOT. And the importance of that overpass is that it takes the pressure off of, again, the Road 68 interchange. So it hasn't gone away. We haven't forgotten about it by any means. And it's still prioritized as one of our bigger issues and concerns that we want to make sure that we address. But the neat thing about it is we're actually trying to address it at the same time that we're addressing other issues, because it's actually a bigger picture. And the way that it's impacted will actually be improved as we move forward, as we keep jobs here in Pasco. And again, that same area that I mentioned in the east as well, a huge employer is what number of employers that we're looking at out there. So again, those local networks will be important, but again, it hasn't fallen off the radar.
So I'm going to restate that a little bit. That was a lot of information. I want to make sure that I captured that little part that's available in my brain for you to capture all that. So I think what I heard you say is that Road 68, in terms of interchange improvements, isn't currently on this list. I looked at item 18. I believe that was that looks like bike, ped and bike access, but that's the only thing related to Road 68 specifically on this.
Right now.
Yeah, and so with the Road 100 Broadmoor interchange has been prioritized over that because it's on the list and the others not.
Well, we haven't had the interchange improvements, and we've had discussions with transportation engineers, and I can throw out terms that everybody will think is funny, but when you get transportation engineers in the room, they love it. Man, I'll tell you what, divergent diamonds and all the fun stuff that they like to talk about. But the real problems associated with Road 68, the weave that we see that's currently exists because of the ramps and the close proximity to burden, we're trying to address those in a little bit different way than an interchange-focused project itself. And I think what you'll see over time is that those improvements are taking place, will have an impact on the interchange itself. Some of the things that we had seen in the past or that were proposed were some of the widenings of the on or off ramps, some of the movings of those, or the change of locations of those movements to get them away from the interchange. Those haven't necessarily gone away, but what we were told was that the improvements that we made with the signage and striping and the Wrigley connection would have very similar, if not better, impacts immediately on the interchange than making those improvements now would. So we don't have a specific project associated with making the improvements to Road 68 because, quite frankly, there isn't anything that we've determined similar to Road 100 that's necessary. And I'll just throw this out there real quick. The Road 100 improvements that we're talking about were actually proposed in its original construction in 1979. And it was brought up again when the north ramp was added, when Mr. Alberts was Public Works Director, and it was deemed that there wasn't enough traffic out there to justify it. So it's a known improvement for a very long time, but I'm sorry, I don't think that specifically answers your question, but in my mind, the emphasis and the change in direction of altering and changing the projects that we did a couple of years ago with the widening of the ramps and the focus on the burden and the signage and striping and the Wrigley connection, we really haven't seen the impacts of the positive development and the impacts from that at this point in time. And it doesn't mean that Road 68 won't come back and there won't be further improvements associated with it, but that was kind of the evolution of those interchange-focused projects.
I think I understand that. Basically, it's that this isn't the impacts we might see from improving the interchange specifically in the on Road 68 and 182 is not necessarily significant enough to make this the right time to be working on that. It's more important that we work on the Broadmoor and see what that positive impact is on the overall traffic pattern, especially as Broadmoor develops out and the commercial developments increase. So we're going to see more cross-city traffic, less interstate traffic is kind of the hope and the expectation based on the modeling we have. Is that?
Yes, and that's actually what Federal Highways is requiring. That'll be the first step, and part of that feasibility study was how are you improving your local access? The intent, believe it or not, is for you not to utilize the interstate or the state routes for your getting around town. They would like you to use your local networks.
Great, thank you. That was the question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maloney. So it appears that there'll be a special council meeting on June 28th.
Yes. Yeah, so by RCW rule, we need to advertise this for 2 weeks. Okay. So it'll be open for comment during that time. Any comments that I receive, I can definitely bring to you. And the discussion this evening, as I've done in past years, we'll try to incorporate into the agenda report. And again, we'll fix the minor mistakes that we do have in the current listing.
Councilmember Serrano?
Oh, thanks. I do see we have a couple of big ticket items. Obviously, one we've already discussed for the past, 20 or 30 years with the Lewis Street overpass. The second one being the infamous Road 76 overpass. Do we actually anticipate that's going to come to fruition within this cycle? Obviously, that would alleviate some of the traffic concerns on 68 and 100. Can you just speak to that? I mean, yeah. I love seeing that it's actually potentially going to happen.
Well, and again, part of this is how do you shuffle and how do you refocus and how do you make sure that you're taking care of, development and the needs as you're moving forward while still providing the service that's necessary to the citizens that you have. As I mentioned, part of our discussion today with WashDOT was the impact on Road 68 and the improvements that the Road 76 overpass would actually bring, not only to Road 68 itself, but also internally as we try to look at improving that internal network. And as you know, many of our north-south roads are collectors by nature. Our east-west roads, many of them, Sandifer, Burns, those type of things, we're continuing to expand and develop those as new development comes in and the requirements associated with that. I do believe that one of the reasons that why Road 76 is so important is its impact internally. Again, it will have no connection to 182 whatsoever, but it will provide another crossing of Interstate 182. And if you think about it right now, what we mostly have in that area is Road 100 and Road 68. So it puts a lot of emphasis on that. It puts a lot of pressure on those two crossings. And again, do I think that it'll get done? I'm super optimistic. The problem is the cost with that overpass. Yeah. It's a huge amount of cost. And as we just talked earlier this evening, transportation funding is a challenge to say the least. So we try to spread that out as best as we can, prioritizing where we can and make the improvements, that are absolutely most imperative to make.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Ford.
Absolutely.
We look forward to moving this forward and getting it to the public hearing and then continue.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining them tonight. All right, next we'll go to the next item, which is a budget adjustment for Chapel Hill Park construction. Mr. Director Zach Ratkai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Good evening. Zach Ratkai, ACS Director. Brought this project to you last January with the construction of the Chapel Hill neighborhood just south of 182 and east of Road 68. A 5-acre parcel of land was set aside and deeded to the city for the construction of a neighborhood park. Staff had initiated a new program for the design of this park wherein we solicited and surveyed and listened to the residents nearby as far as what amenities they wanted in that park, as well as layout, preferred programming and features.
From this, we designed a park that had an open play field, picnic areas, basketball court, walking path, playgrounds for both young children, ages 2 to 5, but also ages 5 to 12. So 2 different playground sets, along with an area reserved for the future for a community garden adjacent, and was a particular feature of the multifamily that's directly abutting this project as well. On January 4th of this year, council awarded a bid for the Chapel Hill Park construction to a general contractor for just a little bit over $728,000. For strategic reasons, this construction bid did not include play equipment, and we recently had a carryover amount of $626,000 at the beginning of the year of what remained of the original capital budget, the assumed estimated budget of $700,000. As staff was seeking, the reason that the playground equipment was left out was staff was seeking a grant for the cost of the playground equipment, so we separated that out of the bid. We'll get into that a little bit in a minute here. In order to complete the community-led council-approved vision of Chapel Hill Park and develop to a modern standard and as designed, we bring forth this ordinance this evening to seek an additional $389,684 to complete the project. This allotment is requested to be appropriated from the Parks Development Fund, the fund balance within that specific fund, and allocated to this project. And so I think some of the notes and the reasons why we're asking for this additional appropriation is the playground equipment and the fall protection, what we call a pour-in-place rubberized surface that's safer, easier to maintain. It's expensive to put in, but it also makes it a little bit more ADA accessible for children of all abilities. Was not included in the bid as we were pursuing a grant. We only received out of about the $193,000 playground and pour-in-place, we only received about $23,000 in the grant there. So we did reflect that in the that discount in the costs of our additional appropriation. Note too, if we look at the original budget carried over this year versus the budget for the bid, there were regulations that surrounding the requirement to have a block wall along Interstate 182. That applies to any development, including city parks. This was not foreseen at the time we had originally budgeted or done our estimations for the project, but it was foreseen in the $726,000 bid that went to our general contractor. With tax, that wall totaled to just over $96,000. And then we had 3 change orders since the inception of this project. So looking at the design, the original design called for a 5-foot asphalt path. 8 foot from our designer and landscape architect team would greatly improve the accessibility and overall walkability of the path around there. Also customer experience. It also, change order number 1 also included extending a sewer stub line from the main in Chapel Hill Boulevard to the property for the future construction of a flush bathroom. Staff's consideration with that was, well, we have contractors and equipment on site. We have the neighborhood already disturbed, so you might as well put the sewer stub in. Change order number 2, with the addition of the basketball court, we looked at just a $5,000 change order to provide extra weather surfacing to preserve and prolong the life and reduce on maintenance costs in the coming years. And then change order number 3 was the purchase and installation of picnic shelters and a portable restroom shelter. So we're not putting the flush bathrooms in at this time, but a portable restroom shelter would conceal the portable toilets that we would put in our parks. Also provide protection for that, but also make it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing than having a portable toilet in the summer months there for the neighbors. It was inadvertently left out of our scope of work, and it needs to be added to take advantage of the crew and having contractors on site, as well as to deliver a complete project with shade. This project is due to complete in July. And to eliminate future need to dedicate staff time for the installation of the shelters, we've decided to request that get added to the project as well. And then finally, the 4th changeover is just the addition of a concrete pad for an irrigation booster pump, about $1,600. So really, the enhancements we're bringing to the project, bringing in the later phase of the play equipment and the picnic shelters in so that they could be there when the park does open. We also had the addition of the unknown with the block wall that we needed to add to the budget, and enhancement to prove the projects for ease of use and maintenance in the future. and then obviously bring the portable restrooms in. So that comes down to just adding from the Park Development Fund $389,684. So there's a lot of ins and outs with the project and a lot of different things going on. So I'm here for any questions of council.
I would just like to say that, oh, go ahead, Councilmember Maloney, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Ratcliffe, for the detailed explanation about some of the changes that are going on here. Obviously, I think we want to get the park right. I mean, I don't think there's any question about how hard it is to come back afterwards and try to retrofit it. We're certainly seeing that as we try to enhance and rehabilitate some of our parks on our older neighborhoods, that this is non-trivial to go back there and try to take care of some of the stuff. So certainly appreciate that. I guess my question is, this is a substantial increase in cost overall, compared to what we had. And I was looking to see how healthy is our park development fund. I guess I don't have those numbers on me. I don't recall from Ms. Sigdahl's presentations exactly where we're at on that.
Yeah, citywide, our fund balance is $3.4 million in the Park Development Fund. We have about $2.7 million allocated citywide for the next couple of years for projects. We expect just over $1 million in revenue coming in. Park Development Fund is fed through impact fees on our building permits, and we do have a robust permit activity at this time. So at the end of 2022, at the end of this biennium, we expect the ending fund balance to be $2.4 million.
So it looks like we have plenty of reserve and plenty of health in that fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Maloney. And to that, I was there when the city and the community was planning. It's been a long time. They're desperately waiting. I say we get on this right away. We get this done as soon as possible. So I'm in favor of it.
Yep.
Anybody else? If not, thank you very much, Director Radke. And we're looking forward to having that and approving it and getting going.
We'll be back with the ordinance next week. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, next we go right along to our second restated interlocal cooperation agreement for Bi-County Police Information Network. And let's see here. Chief Kenrosky.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, of course, the public that's with us as well. This second iteration of the agreement comes to you, fortunately, with no fiscal impact to our biennial budget, but it does clean up the rate that non-legacy members are going to pay. The legacy agencies and BIPIN won't be affected by this new agreement, which comes to you this evening. And then just for a bit of history and members on the council that might not be aware of exactly what the BIPIN system, that's the acronym for the Joint Bi-County Information System, does. It is our brains as far as the data system for both sides of the river and all of the law enforcement agencies in both counties. It houses our record keeping and criminal data. It's where we pull, you've heard us talk about crime data and reporting to neighbors. It's where we pull those numbers. Any data that goes to the federal government, maybe for use of force, crime rates, those all come from this system here. It houses all police reports that are written by law enforcement officers. It holds subject and suspect information. So when you make a police report in one city, that gets housed in one location. As you know, the Tri-Cities is extremely transient. We're one community. And so the ability to ensure that law enforcement record keeping is housed in one place helps as we look at solving crimes, identifying subjects or suspects in crimes as well when we're looking at solving crimes. Knowing that you're not going to outrun the police just because you go from one city to the next. So all of our evidence and property is cataloged and recorded in that database system. So it's a one place for us to account for evidence. It also bridges the mobile data terminals that are in the patrol cars. So the officers have that information at their fingertips. This system communicates with the dispatch center. So the dispatch operators, the 911 operators can easily grasp any of the data that is in there. And this data goes back to the early 80s when the system was implemented between the two counties. So the legacy of this system goes back for decades. All the reports that police officers fill out, the report forms, are all unified and in this system as well. We'll be moving in November. That system is under an upgrade right now. They'll be moving to a new system known as Tyler, and that should be operational, we anticipate, in November of this year. So just a little bit of history on what BIPIN is versus just saying the reiteration for you. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it, Chief Roski. Anybody have any? Yeah, Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies. I seem to have something to say on a lot of agenda items tonight. But Chief Roski, my question is regarding our national accreditation. So obviously we've chosen to hold ourselves to a higher standard than our neighboring jurisdictions have. And I know with that comes higher standards for reporting and record keeping than any of them have chosen to put themselves through, and I'm really proud of that. But I'm curious about how does this fit within that? Are the needs for our accreditation stuff? This system handles all that, no problem. We're
Absolutely. So when we do go to making proofs, it's just to have the national accreditation, have our policies match that is certainly important. But then, and we're undergoing that right now, this week, in fact, a peer review of our system externally where they will actually look at proofs. So this system then is where our accreditation coordinator will go and pull those proofs to actually prove that we are doing what we say we're doing. So yeah, this system is extremely important in that.
great. I just want to make sure that this held to our standard rather than us having to hold to it. So I just want to make sure of that, and I hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Maloney and Chief Roski. We're looking forward to seeing that in our next meeting.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, City Manager Dave Zabel.
I just wanted to comment to Councilmember Maloney's question. So the NIBRS, which the chief mentioned earlier when he was explaining the acronym of BIPIN, he used another acronym, is a National Incident-Based Reporting System. And so that national standard in NIBRS is consistent with CALIA and, excuse me, I can't even do it now. What's CALIA stand for?
Commission on Law Enforcement Accreditation.
There we go. Yeah, CALIA and Washington Association Sheriff's Police Chiefs certification, so, or accreditation, so.
All right, thank you. Wonderful. All right, looking forward to seeing that at the next meeting for approval. Next, we'll move right on to the professional services agreement with Mackey Sposito, or is it McKay? McKay Sposito for design engineering services for the Lewis Street corridor, 2nd to 5th Avenue improvements project. Director Steve Worley, would you like to kick us off?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm pleased to introduce tonight our senior engineer, John Pedvorak. He is the project manager for this project, and he is going to give the presentation on this item for tonight.
Good evening and welcome.
Turn the microphone on, John.
There you go.
There we go. Thanks. I'm here to talk about the contract with McKay Sposito for the Lewis Corridor from 2nd to 5th project. We followed an SOQ process, and 4 SOQs were submitted. We interviewed 4 firms and selected to move forward with McKay Sposito.
And pardon me if I interrupt, but SOQ stands for Statements of Qualifications, just so you know.
And you guys have heard a lot about the Lewis Corridor with recent projects between Peanuts Park and the Lewis Street Overpass. And as you can see, the Lewis Street Overpass ends on 2nd and Peanuts Park is at 4th, and the corridor between them is currently unimproved. So in terms of the sidewalks and ADA access, both along the sidewalk and into businesses, and the overall unified facelift the city has gotten on both ends of this corridor is currently not represented in the middle. And so this project is tasked with, now that we know what the overpass looks like and what Peanuts Park will look like, connecting the dots for the community in terms of they know now what their they're getting or not getting out of the overpass and the park. So what do those businesses need? What does the community need? How do we fill in the gap between those two projects, both physically on those city blocks and in terms of needs, to move forward and really kind of close the circuit on this really critical part of our city. So as you can see here, there's the Lewis Street overpass on the right, and then Peanuts Park on the left, and pictures from groundbreaking ceremonies of both of those exciting projects. McKay Esposito pulled together some graphics during their preparation for their consultant interview. So we have not proceeded forward with any of the design contract work yet, but there were some renderings they pulled together to show generally the sort of things that they would see in an urban revitalization project. So these have not been prepared with stakeholder input or design input from the city yet. This is just something they used as part of their advertising to convince us that they were a good firm for the project. But it's really neat. I'll go back and forth a couple times so you can see. There's a few different concepts that prioritize different things. And I think the objective of their concepts was to show a wide range of possibilities for the city with the corridor. We go from option one, which is a fairly traditional multimodal access, where we have transportation lanes and bicycle lanes outside that, and then business front. That's what people usually see along corridors like this. And this would actually tie in with how the Lewis Street overpass was constructed with their bicycle lanes. We looked at a more pedestrian and bicycle friendly option. You'll notice the cyclists are riding in the traffic lanes. So we squished the bike lane and gave more room to businesses and compromised the bicycle feature. Another concept went the other way, and we had a dedicated bicycle lane on the other side of parking, so it restricted the storefront and pedestrian access, but it increased bicycle safety. So these options will be refined, and you might see different options later when we move forward with the project. But we tried to capture, or the consultant tried to capture a wide range of different ideas and concepts. And moving forwards, the stakeholder engagement will be a critical part to the success of this project, because ultimately the objective is to figure out how to connect that community across this corridor. So McKay Esposito has a specialty consultant who does community outreach very much like this, and that will be the large focus of my efforts and the consultant's efforts is designing that outreach program and implementing it to make sure that when we connect this, we do it properly for the community.
So I guess my question is, and I think you just said it, you can go out and get the community input to see what they would like to see of these different designs. I think that's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, and our hope is to do a very early gathering of input before we pollute people's thoughts with the ideas that we had. So we'll determine what's important, what are they worried about for their businesses, for landowners, for citizens who would choose to take their dinner or their family to dinner here or someone else. Get a wide variety of input and see what's important, and then these might be refined or they might be completely replaced with the result of that. I think the point of this is showing the breadth of the creative ability to come up with a wide range of solutions. And then our plan is to then go back to the community with something similar to this, that may be these three concepts or maybe three completely different ones that incorporate the need of the community. And there has been some previous outreach as part of different projects along the corridor, so we're actually pulling that in and using that as a starting point. But then that outreach was done as part of Peanuts Park or the overpass or a prior now old master plan. So really now that we know what Peanuts Park is and what the overpass is, people's perception of their needs might have changed a little bit now that those concepts have solidified into actual projects.
Sounds good. Any quick? Oh, Councilmember Alvarado.
Just quick. I'm surprised to see that there's options and that there could be input for that, and I mean that really gets my wheels turning, and it's really exciting. I think off the top of my head, I'm like, man, like I would love to like attend those meetings and give some input, but
yeah.
You know, being in the post-COVID world, but seeing that there's some really there were some needs that came that we were not prepared for, especially for our dining businesses. I'm wondering if that will be part of of what's considered as well. I'm thinking like a city of Lancaster, California, where they did the parking in the middle, and it became this kind of pseudo, like this very mixed type of, it could be parking at one time, but it could be festival at another. And it could. So I'm wondering if that's something even that we could consider here. I'm not saying this is a time where that's even appropriate to pitch those, but I'd be mad at myself if I didn't mention things like that, and I'll certainly look forward to attending some of these meetings as well and letting community know.
Yeah, we're definitely taking a hard look at that. And one of the things we've looked at is with Peanuts Park. I think my fingers got faster than the computer there. There we go. With Peanuts Park and now knowing how that will work, trying to think about how, as our use of that area expands, as the community does larger and larger events there, how we would grow into the cityscape. So there's been a couple different discussions. I don't think there's something that's technically thought out enough to present as, the perfect solution, but it will be a big focus of ours, especially with the proximity to Peanuts Park, of how that corridor might be used and planning ahead so that it's easy to use that and essentially grow Peanuts Park out if that's something that the consultant finds a good way to do.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Schroeder,
Yeah.
I saw you had your...
No, I had my finger on it. No, all right. Will there be an opportunity, or have you considered doing, rather than like a traffic study, a bike versus pedestrian usage study to make some type of recommendation towards these? If we have, 10 pedestrians per every bike, it might make more sense to have wider sidewalks rather than more bike protection, or vice versa. Have you all considered that type of study?
Yeah, so I believe there was a bit of work done on the Lewis Street overpass project, and we're as much as we can riding on the coattails of that fairly large, expensive project and utilizing and cannibalizing bits and pieces of analysis that was done, that there was a much more robust analysis than we would do for a small project like this. So that they did look at the bicycle traffic and pedestrian traffic and car traffic. And so the overpass actually has bicycle lanes outside of the vehicle traffic lanes and then sidewalks outside that. And DKS did the traffic analysis for that project, and they'll be doing the traffic analysis for this corridor. So it would be a bit of a gamble, but maybe a safe gamble to say that it might be a similar concept just in terms of continuity, so you don't ride your bicycle off the overpass and look up and go, whoa, and have it be totally different when you go across the intersection. But we will be looking at the results of that work and then seeing what gaps we need to fill if there's new information. The COVID changed traffic patterns, as you might imagine, for the downtown business corridor. So the studies that were done for the overpass using a little bit older data are probably the studies that we'll actually look to, and the data sets we'll be looking to, as opposed to, analyzing 2020 traffic data and then building a 30 or 50-year project with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I like Mr. Alvarado, I really appreciate seeing options and seeing different ways that we can think about that, even at a conceptual level at this point. So my question is about the outreach. We're in the process of, I believe, we have a master planning effort that's going to be going on downtown. Mm-hmm. We have the DPDAs doing outreach. We have several business organizations that do outreach. So our businesses in downtown are currently being rather inundated with asks for what they would see the future being. And I'm really concerned that one more ask on top of that is going to start muddling the conversation, that you're going to get feedback that really you should be intended for this or this or this. And so I'm worried that some of those pieces are going to get lost as part of this. So I just want to make sure that the consultant and of course city staff are I know you're aware of this, but just to make sure that effort is strongly coordinated, mm-hmm. so we're not overtaxing our businesses and confusing them as to what's going on when they're just really just trying to stay afloat right now.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback, and we actually talked about this internally, that with all of us running out and doing plans at the same time, the worst case scenario is we get several excellent, independent, very different ideas from our different focus groups. And so we've talked already about how to combine efforts and have things at the same time or the same place. Like we had a booth at the Lewis groundbreaking ceremony to talk about the Lewis Corridor project. And I'm actually working with internally to possibly even use some of the outreach we're using for this project and tie that in possibly with even some of the same consultant work to the downtown Pasco master plan project. So we're trying to find ways to either utilize the same meeting or the same, you know, have one hour and then one the next hour. So really the ideas flow through and there's continuity as opposed to a very broken different focus groups talking about the same question at different times. So it'll be a challenge and it probably won't be perfect, but we're aware of the challenge and we're working on it.
Great. I appreciate that. It's top of mind and you're already thinking about how to solve it. I certainly not trying to recommend any solutions, just glad to hear that's being worked on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, if there are no further questions, thank you very much and looking forward to seeing that on the next week's agenda.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we'll move on to the professional services agreement, amendment number 3 with KPG for construction support services for the Peanuts Park Farmers Market project. The director is Zach Redkite.
Yes, good evening once again, Mayor. I think we're just going to stick in the same neighborhood. It's good agenda planning on staff's part here. So as you recall, long ago, in May of 2018, the city and KPG entered into a design services contract to design the Peanuts Park project. They have continued on with construction support services as we have started constructing the Peanuts Park project. But subsequent to the original PSA, we did 2 amendments that have been approved under the authority of the city manager and the ACS director, which is myself. So amendment number 1 to that original contract occurred on March 21st, 2019, and it really just provided an extension to contract time, no amendment to original costs with that. And then amendment number 2 was executed in December of 2020 to provide construction and design support services. So as architects and original engineers, there's a number of items once you start putting shovels in the dirt and you start procuring your supplies, that there's a number of questions and a number of adjustments that need to be made from the original architect's perspective. So we extended their contract through amendment number 2 to provide those construction support services to our general contractor. This that was a $99,982 amendment, and it was under the original, it was under the 15%. It was under 15% of the original contracted amount, and therefore, in accordance with our administrative order on procurement, was within the ability of the city manager to execute. So as construction has commenced and progressed along, there's additional support needed in working with KPG and Booth & Sons, our general contractor, as well as McKay Sposito, our construction our construction managers for the project. We've come up with a tentative budget of just over $60,000 to finish out KPG's obligation for design support, request for information, and other items there. So this amendment number 3 that's in front of council this evening is necessary to ensure that that support from the design team would remain throughout the duration of the project, which is still on schedule for completion this fall. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Redkite. Any questions from council? Okay, we'll move it forward.
All right, see you next week.
Thank you. And last but not least, we'll move again to Director Steve Orley for the Washington State Department of Ecology $1.5 million loan agreement for the processed water reuse facility, pre-treatment phase 1 design. Mr. Orley.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Council. This will be pretty quick. As Council is aware, there's been a lot of activity out at the reuse facility, a lot of projects going on, a lot of planning and for proposed improvements and everything else. I won't go into too many details, but we are planning for future improvements to the pretreatment process. There have been a lot of improvements already completed. To support some of that effort, the city had applied for some low-interest loans that were available through the Department of Ecology, and we were successful at getting a $1.5 million loan to do some design for some improvements at the reuse facility. And so those funds will be used to look at improvements for new storage ponds, screening upgrades, solids handling, electrical upgrades, and an extension to a potable water line to help improve the pretreatment processes. So this loan application or agreement may look familiar because we've been to council before. The wastewater treatment plant had a very similar one for the design of both phases 1 and 2, and we also had a similar ecology low interest loan agreement for the construction phase of the phase 1 wastewater treatment. So this is very much along those same lines, but just for the processed water reuse facility for some design improvements there. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council? Well, we're looking forward. We are looking forward to seeing a lot of this come to fruition, and we are counting on the future investment of all this going on. And so we, at least I am, and I'm sure the council would agree unless you have an objection. But yeah, we're looking forward to getting this done. We'll look forward to seeing this in the next meeting for approval here, so we can get it going.
Sounds great.
All right, thank you, Director Worley. All right, with that, we'll go on to number 6, miscellaneous discussion. City Manager Dave Zabel, would you like to kick it off?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I would note that the interest rate on the low interest loan, it's not as great as a grant.
Yeah.
Was 1.2%, I think? I mean, that is a fraction of what we'd have to go if we borrowed it otherwise, through a revenue bond. So,
yep.
Yeah, still saves the ratepayers a lot of money. A few items tonight. I want to turn it over real quick to Director White to introduce our new Economic Development Manager.
Oh, there he is. He's hiding behind.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. And Council, as you're probably aware, Mike Gonzalez in the audience tonight, most recently comes to us from the Franklin County Public Utility District. Mike will be taking on the city's Economic Development Manager position, and although he's been here all day, today was his first day. I haven't seen him until tonight because he's been in new employee orientation. But it's very coincidental and kind of a happy circumstance that we talked about many of the downtown projects that are happening because, of course, we'll be looking to Mr. Gonzalez for a great deal of assistance, not only with business recruitment and retention in general, but particularly with the interface between the city and the downtown organizations. So I don't know if Mr. Gonzalez wants to say a word or two. I know it's kind of on the spot, but...
Mr. Gonzalez, it's a pleasure having you here tonight. I've seen you a couple times, and he was a narrator of one of our when we was campaigning for running the last time. So good to see you.
Well, it's an honor to be here. I'm on the spot, but I'm a former TV guy, so I'm never at a loss for words, right? But Director White, really appreciate it. Want to thank Dave Zabel, Adam Lincoln, and Rick for giving me this opportunity. And certainly the entire council. It's an honor to work for the city of Pasco. I've been a resident of Pasco, going back to 2016 when I came as a journalist. So leaving to Phoenix and coming back, it's really come full circle. So for me, what I can do is promise each and every one of you, the citizens of Pasco, and I think I'm known for this, always giving 150%. To me, my strength is really to articulate the vision of Pasco, to let the entire Pacific Northwest know how special we are. So every single day, I promise each and every one of you I'm going to do that. Ultimately, my vision is to let everybody know there's not an East Pasco, there's not a West Pasco, there is a one Pasco. And if I can do that, I've accomplished my mission. So that is my promise every single day to really do that. So again, thank you for putting the trust in me. Again, I promise 150% effort to make this the best city in the Pacific Northwest. So thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. White, for the introduction. And wow.
No sign off, Mike?
Yeah. Jeez.
Be classy, Pasco.
We keep telling him he's got the job, right? Anyway, so a couple other items, just a couple calendar events I want to make council aware of or remind you of. Juneteenth celebration this weekend. And so the mayor will be reading a proclamation as part of their opening program at 10 a.m. at Kurtzman Park. And also we have a Coffee with a Cop, 3:30 to 6 p.m. at Andy's North on June 16th. So, and then one last item, our population continues to increase. We talked a lot about that tonight and number of the projects and how we're dealing with some of that. But our Office of Financial Management population estimates came out last week, and we went up about 2,500. And so our new number is 79,580. So just under 80,000. And, we've yet to hear, we'll have the U.S. Census numbers coming out in, I think, September is the expectation. So I'm sure we'll get a little bit of a bump there. So we're hovering around that 80,000 population mark. So
Well, you just made that a liar of me, City Manager Dave Zabel. I said 78,000 people earlier, but
It was on your slide. That number was on your slide. So
79,500. That's pretty incredible, and it's just going to keep going from the way it looks. So, yeah, the council and the city staff, everybody has our work cut out for us. So thank you very much for that. Anything else, City Manager Zabel?
that's all I had for this evening.
Anybody from the council have anything? Councilmember Roach.
I want to welcome anybody to the Juneteenth celebration because there is a kickball tournament that I somehow got roped into. I haven't played kickball since middle school, but it sounds like fun. So if you have a team and you want to play, bring it.
Great. Yep. And I will be there, obviously, as been mentioned, to read a proclamation. I've attended those Juneteenth. The food is fabulous. The activities are great. The people are great. So welcome everyone for next Saturday. It'll be a great turnout. And that way we can honor also the whole meaning of Juneteenth. So if there's nothing else, no need for an executive session tonight?
Not this evening.
Thank you. So with that, it is 8:39. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
So fundamentally, the Predator-Prey project is trying to answer what seems to be a relatively straightforward question, which is, what are the impacts of wolves and predation in general on various ungulate populations in landscapes with people? But there's a lot more that goes into that than just, a simple who's eating who sort of thing.
The Washington Predator-Prey Project was started as a legislative mandate in 2016. Our agency was asked to conduct research looking at the effects of wolf predation on the ungulate populations in Washington state. And we're working together with the University of Washington. They're looking at it.
Serving in the legislature, you're only as good as the information that you can get. We've had questions over the years, how are our ungulates doing? What are the populations of moose, elk, deer? People are interested in that in this part of the country. And then we've got some new predators moving in. Well, let's get some good science on it.
Initially, it was just sort of, what are the impacts of wolves? And we said, okay, well, we can answer that. But if you really want to know, you can't just leave it at wolves. That's a cat. You have to understand what other carnivores are doing to ungulate populations, and you have to understand how those ungulate populations are competing with one another and how those carnivore populations are competing with one another. And then, to make things extra special complicated, you have to incorporate that human element.
Wolves in Washington are recolonizing in working landscapes. They're not recolonizing these pristine park-like settings. They're recolonizing areas where people live, where they work, and where they recreate. And so we know that we can't take the lessons learned from Yellowstone and apply them here in Washington. We know it's going to be different.
With the Predator-Prey Project, there are 2 study areas.
In the Northeast study area, we've got a wolf population that's well established. We're in the Okanagan, they're on what we call the colonizing front. We can then answer questions not just of who's eating who and where and how often, but what's the impact when there's fewer wolves versus more wolves.
Right now, we are trying to catch white-tailed deer, specifically using clover traps, which are these big contraptions right here. The goal of this winter field work is to catch white-tailed deer so that we can put GPS tracking collars on them and understand how they're moving around and what their rates and causes of mortality are.
Are you guys ready? Get up. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Drug in. How is she? Okay. Whenever we're processing that animal, the main thing is getting the radio collar on it. The other thing we do is we ear tag them, so they each get a unique numbered ear tag. We also take blood samples. And then we actually will check for pregnancy in the field. Is that a heartbeat? These collars check in. We know when that animal is alive. There she goes. But the other side of it is it notifies us when they die.
When the workload picks up for me is when the deer are collared, and then we get the occasional mortality, and I've got to go out and find it. It's really fun to play detective, you know, when you get in on a site and you've got to really dig in, so to speak, to figure out what the mortality source was.
Coming up, here we go. Hopefully they're below the fog bank here. There's one. Oh yeah. I think that's the collar. I think so. You can probably get on it and take a look. I think it sounds like it. Ah, start in. Perfect. Nice job, guys. Nice job.
The whole project is trying to understand how is the return of wolves going to affect deer and elk in the state of Washington. And we want to understand wolf-cougar interactions. Are wolves and cougars using these same areas or not? Are they competing for deer and elk in the same places or not? That is really one of the unanswered questions.
Yesterday, you got to check a bunch of empty traps with me, which when you're trying to trap cougars or wolves or anything like that, you do a lot of. You need to make sure that everything is exactly as it should be so that when that opportunity presents itself, you give yourself the greatest chance of catching that animal. From the moment I pull the trigger and the dart strikes the cat to when we're done collecting data, it's usually 40 minutes. I usually examine their teeth and measure their teeth because for a carnivore, teeth are everything. How's he doing, Lucas? Teeth tell you a tremendous amount of information about the condition and the age of the animal. And then we take a whole suite of measurements, we weigh them. From there, you give them the reversal and it's on its way and doing its part for science.
in the most simple sense, GPS collars tell us where wolves and cougars are eating food. We'll see a bunch of locations in the same spot, which we call a cluster, and either the animal's resting there or they've stopped to eat something. We'll hike out to the center of those points, and we can actually find out if that was indeed a feeding site versus a bed site, and what was eaten. What was the species, age, and sex of that food item?
Camera trapping seems like it would be easy, but we randomly pick locations across the landscape, which can be miles and miles and miles off trail up on top of a giant mountain. And then you can spend literally hours trying to get the camera set up just right so that it's going to trigger on anything from, a bobcat to a moose. A really powerful thing that the camera traps bring to this project that maybe the GPS collars can't is that the cameras are monitoring, one spot for a long period of time. You'll get pictures of every single animal that comes to that spot.
Card number C76.
So the data that we're collecting comes in all forms. So we're getting fine scale location data of each individual animal, which can be hundreds of thousands of points on the landscape. We're also collecting data about each individual's life history. So how old is this individual? Did this animal die? What was the cause of mortality? Is it predation, or is it roadkill, or is it disease? So all this information that we collect goes into models, basically, that form an idea of what is actually influencing the population as a whole.
To me, the Predator-Prey project matters because it's more information so I can do my job better. I'm tasked with managing the wildlife, specifically in District 1, for the people of the state of Washington.
Most people I talk to are not only willing to let me put a camera on their property, but really excited about it. And I think it's a really cool component of this project that we're getting to know so many people in these communities and seeing how invested they are in the landscape, in the animals, and then in the management and conservation of those things.
That's, I think, the biggest thing that can come out of this is balance between predators and prey and also with the people that live here. And there's a balance that can be found. We just haven't got there yet. And I'm hopeful. Guardedly hopeful, but hopeful.
I mean, ultimately, that's who this information goes to in the end, is it goes to the public. We manage and conserve wildlife in trust for them, right? And so that's our ultimate obligation, is to do the best science we possibly can, to get the best information we possibly can, to really make sure that both people and wildlife thrive into the future.
So there are a couple different types of smoke alarms. This is a standalone 10-year smoke alarm. It has a sealed 10-year battery in it, so there's no way to actually change the battery out on it. So when we get to the manufacturer, when we get to checking the date on these, once this gets to be 10 years old, it's time to replace the whole smoke alarm, and that'll have a new battery and everything in that, and you're good to go. But they still do need to be tested from time to time. So we recommend once a month to test that alarm. So again, just push the button in until it signals, and that tells you the battery and the horn are working. This is another type of smoke alarm. Instead of having a battery door on the front, you actually have to take it off the mount, and then the battery is in the back. And from there, it's simply the same process. We're going to remove that battery out. And then again, when we put the new battery in, we're going to check the polarity, make sure the positive is with the positive and the negative is with the negative. And then of course, we always test them to make sure that everything's functioning properly. And then you're ready to put it back up on the ceiling, and you're good for another year. This is another community risk reduction message from the
Think about it. Almost every trip in Washington begins or ends on a city street. And as Washington's population and economy grows, so does the demand on the transportation network. City streets are more than just a road. Above ground, they're bike lanes, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, lighting, landscaping. But below are sewers, water, stormwater, electric, and cable utilities. And when a street is built over a waterway, it even incorporates fish passage into the design. Our transportation system is one of the most valuable assets we have. It's no small cost to ensure that it's well built and maintained for today and the future. But our city streets lack a sufficient revenue source. City transportation systems must compete with important priorities like police and fire protection, parks, and other programs and services. What about the gas taxes we pay at the pump? Well, most of that goes to the state to pay for highways. Cities receive only a small portion, and as the population has grown, your city's share hasn't kept up. It takes a while for a pothole to develop on a city street. However, it just doesn't make sense to defer maintenance. And while maintaining our streets may cost a lot, paying for reconstruction down the road costs a whole lot more. All this means that as cities grapple to fund priorities, we need to ensure our transportation systems are not neglected. We can't throw future generations under the bus. We all need to work together to make sure these important assets are well designed, constructed, and maintained.
In Washington state, nearly 3 million workers are covered by workers' compensation insurance. And this year, 3 to 4% of them may be injured on the job. About 75% of those injured will go to the doctor and miss 3 days of work or less. The average cost for medical expenses for these types of injuries is around $1,700, which doesn't generally affect the business's insurance rates. But the cost for injured workers missing more than 3 days can be much, much higher. For instance, for a worker missing less than 4 months, it's around $11,000. If that worker never returns to work, the claim cost can be over $700,000. For the employer, losing the skills, experience, and abilities of the injured worker is disruptive and costly. It's costly for the worker, too. It reduces the worker's income by 30 to 40% and can affect feelings of self-worth and hinder recovery. So the longer they're away from work, the harder it is for them to return. It's a lose-lose situation. That's why it's important to help injured workers return to work safely but quickly. Labor and Industries Stay-at-Work program and other return-to-work strategies offer incentives to help keep workers working and help employers save money. The key is workers, medical providers, and employers working together. Workers can help by reporting work-related injuries to employers and seeking timely medical treatment. Providers can help injured workers recover faster by approving appropriate light-duty jobs. And employers can help by creating light-duty jobs and supporting the injured worker during recovery. And with Stay at Work, employers can get up to 50% of the injured worker's base wages and other costs reimbursed, while providers can bill L&I for time spent consulting and for reviewing the light-duty job description. The injured worker recovers sooner and everyone benefits. It's a win-win situation. Stay at Work, a working solution from the Washington State Department of Labor and Industries. Learn more at stayatwork.lni.wa.gov.
It's fine that other people like you. It's more important that you like yourself. And I'm comfortable with every part of me. Meals on Wheels coming to my door as someone who's housebound assures me that I'm not forgotten. They care that I'm okay. My name is Asha Ida Bell. America, let's do lunch.
Drop off a hot meal and say hello. Volunteer by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming out. This is a really big day for everyone, I think, who's been involved with this project. My name's Adam Lincoln. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Pasco. I've been here for about 5 minutes or 6 months. It's gone by really quickly. I know this project has been something that's been coming together for a long time now, and you all have been a big part in bringing this together. So we're going to do a couple welcoming statements. I'm going to bring the mayor up to talk, and we'll get going here briefly. So I want to introduce Maria Serra, who's going to say a couple words for us.
Bienvenidos y muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros hoy. Estamos celebrando el comienzo de obras del Louis Street Overpass y queremos agradecerles por estar aquí y también por todo el apoyo que hemos recibido de todos ustedes por hacer este día posible. Muchas gracias.
All right, Mayor, I'd like to bring you up. Mayor Saul Martinez is going to say a few words about the project.
Les presentamos a nuestro alcalde, Saúl Martínez, para hablar de nuestro proyecto.
Well, good afternoon. I was going to say good evening, but good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here today for this awesome event. I couldn't tell you how emotional it can get for a guy like me because, you know, all the past council members who had a part of this, and I'll speak to this a little bit more here in a little bit, but all the council members who had a part in this, the previous and the current, the time and effort that was put into this. And you know, I can't help myself but to just note that Matt Watkins, our former mayor, is here right now, and he's over there with a big smile. Just give him a round of applause. Thank you, Matt, for coming here today. I mean, it wouldn't be the same without you being here and getting to experience this, because, and I feel very humbled that I get to be the one to even be the mayor at this point for this project, because it's just so exciting to see all the hard work come to fruition. But let me go ahead and read my script so that we can all hear what we have to say with what we plan. So the exciting day for downtown Pasco and all of Pasco as we break ground for the long-awaited Lewis Street project to begin. A little bit of background at Pasco. Can everybody hear me okay? A little bit of background. Pasco, where the Columbia River received the Yakima and Snake Rivers, began as a railroad town. Since its beginning, Pasco has been a transportation hub. People from across the nation and around the world came here to build the railroad, and in the process, helped build this great city of Pasco. Once installed, rails do not move, so it is not a surprise that our city grew, and it grew around the tracks, both on the east and west side. As rail traffic on the tracks and on foot and vehicle traffic across the tracks increased, out of safety concern crossings were closed. And ultimately, the Lewis Street underpass, the facilities we are here today to begin replacing, was constructed. While the underpass has served the city almost 85 years, it was built for a different time. What was once adequate no longer is adequate. In 1937, the year the underpass was built, there was no interstate highway system nor a vision for one. The freight trucks were not the same size as they are today. The fire engines were far smaller at that time, and there were no school buses, and there was a lot fewer people and cars in Pasco. And as our city and our nation has grown and evolved, the limitations of a facility built in 1937, in the 1937 world, have become more pronounced. And you know, it's not uncommon for trucks and school buses passing one another in the underpass to lose a mirror or two. And we almost had that experience this morning. It was quite interesting as we were taking a tour, and another bus was coming the opposite directions, and you should have seen some of the legislators' eyes. They just opened up. It was quite humorous. And it was built approximately 6 decades before the Americans with Disability Act. Accessibility for pedestrians is limited, so there's a dozen steps down into the dark tunnel and a dozen steps back up to the surface at the other end. And as our city grew, the limits of the underpass have become more and more of a barrier or bottleneck, isolating thousands of community members east of the tracks and the community west of the tracks from one another. Functionally obsolete, a growing impediment to community connectivity, and 80 years of deterioration, Pasco is ready for the Lewis Street overpass. As there is a long history to the underpass, there is one for its replacement. For the reasons mentioned just a moment ago, the Pasco City Council and community members started with a vision and goal set more than 20 years ago to replace the underpass. The council and staff then, and those that have followed, have kept this goal first and foremost on their agendas for 2 decades. And here we are today. With the incredible growth in Pasco, it has not always been easy for council to maintain focus on addressing a problem people are coping with, but they did. And that focus is why we're here today, to commemorate its replacement. We went through some iterations of what the overpass might look like and how it would function, which is expected when discussing a project with the potential to transform a significant part of the city. I will say that money does have a way of shaping what can and can't be done, but you will see from the rendering that Lewis Street overpass will serve us decades into the future and will serve as simple yet elegant connector over the BNSF railroad. So we have had many partners along the way. Federally, the grounds we are standing on was purchased and building cleared off 6 years ago to accommodate the project. This was a federal grant to Pasco, much to credit of Senators Murray and Cantwell. In our state legislators, past and present, these past years have helped us to assure the project was included in the Connecting Washington Transportation Plan, and most recently for making funds available earlier than scheduled, as we are ready to go now. And for funding the Transportation Improvement Board, who has helped close the funding gap as we go to construction. But most important, the businesses, property owners, and residents for their patience, their encouragement, and support. You let us, the City Council, know how important this project is to you and our community, and thank you for that. So, and before I finish with this, I want to make sure that we acknowledge some of those people that were big factors in helping us with these projects. We would have never been able to do it alone, and it was the sacrifices and the work of a lot of people that make this happen. But today, first of all, I'd like to present our City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Blanche Barajas. Would you like to rise and just wave for us, please? I don't see Ruben Alvarado here today. Councilmember Ruben Alvarado, right over here. Councilmember Pete Serrano, he's back there in the blue shirt. Councilmember Craig Maloney. our council member, Zara Roach. Is she here today? Okay, so next, we have a... David. Oh, hey, I have to take April? Anyway, I'll take David. And we have our council member, Dave Milne, over here. Thank you very much, Dave. Actually, it's not here. So county commissioners, is Brad Peck here today? Rocky Mullen or Clint Didier? We'd like to thank them for the work they have provided as well. And now we'd like to go to our 8th legislative district. We got a representative, Matt Benke. Is he here today? There he is, right over here. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate what you've done for us here. Is Brad Clifford here today? Okay, and Sharon Brown? Okay, so then we'll move over to our 9th legislative district, Senator Mark Schessler. I know he's here. Mark? Representative Joe Schmidt. There he is. Thank you, Joe. And our representative, Mary Dye. Right over here. From our 15th legislative district, we've got Senator Perry Dozier. Right over here. Thank you. Mark Clicker, Representative Mark Clicker. Right over here. Thank you very much. We have Representative Skylar Rude here today, too. One of our young folks. He and I are about the same age. And Bill Jenkins, is Bill Jenkins here today? There he is, right over here. Thank you, Bill. From our 5th legislative district, we have Representative Bill Ramos, and right over here, chair of the House of Transportation Committee. Thank you very much. And then, do we have? Yeah, we do. We have 27th legislative district, Representative Jake Fay, vice chair, right over here. And again, Mayor Matt Watkins is here. We appreciate, I'm so glad you're here, Matt. It really makes me happy that you're here today. So these, I hope I didn't miss anybody. Is there anybody here that I missed that represented us? Well, I just want to tell you personally, as the mayor of Pasco and on behalf of our council and our staff, it took a lot of years and a lot of discussions and a lot of visits and a lot of work that you guys were able to provide for us to be able to accomplish this feat. And you know what? We'll look here, hopefully in 30 years, and unless there's drones flying over that we don't need, I don't know what's going to happen in 30 years, but I want to tell you, it's because of your efforts and your willingness to serve the community and the citizens of our state and our cities that made this happen, and it's just much appreciated, and thank you very much for that. So with that, and I guess I'd just like to say one more thing. For all the businesses that down here in downtown Pasco, this is going to affect you. It has affected you in a personal way. I want to thank you for your support. I want to apologize if there was any inconveniences that there may have been, but we're doing this for the betterment of our community as a whole, and just want to say thank you for bearing with us. And the hope is that it's going to bring wonderful things. It's going to look beautiful and bring all kinds of business and new people to our communities that we can be proud of. So thank you very much. So with that, I want to go ahead and let's see what's next on the agenda. Steve, Mr. Worley, I'd like to present to you our director, Steve Worley. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Is this an incredible day or what? This is fantastic. So, my name is Steve Worley. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Pasco, and I just want to welcome you all and thank you for coming. This project is an important project for Pasco, and it has been in the works for a very long time, 20 years or so. And as the mayor had mentioned in some of the history in the background, this project has taken several different courses. We have looked at this project as potentially being a, I don't know, we have something going on. But anyway, different forms that this project has taken with couplets and signature bridges and all this kind of stuff. And so what we ended up with was an incredibly functional project that now will consist of 2 lanes each direction, bike lanes and bicycle path on both sides. It'll have decorative lighting on it, and the artwork that is on this is really going to tie to the work that's going on in downtown Pasco with the improvements that are proposed and the work going on in Peanuts Park. And so we're just really excited about how this project's going to look when it finally turns out. There's also going to be some roadway improvements along some of the roads that you see where people are going now in front of the businesses, which is really going to make downtown look so much better than it is right now. It is going to be fantastic. Some people may be asking how long the project's going to take. We have about 400 working days, which means it'll take till about the spring of 2023. So I want to invite you all back in 2023 to come back and do the ribbon cutting for us. All right? Let's see. We want to thank all of our funding partners on this. The mayor mentioned several of them already. This project would not have been able to get started if it were not for the funding from the FHWA, the federal funding that we received. That funding comes through the Benton Franklin Council of Governments and then is managed through WashDOT and their local programs group. So we want to give a big thank you to those folks. We also want to again thank the state legislators for funding this project through the Connecting Washington program. We received $15 million for this project from the Connecting Washington program, which was a huge benefit to get this project to move forward. So we thank everybody who is involved in getting that money for us. And then just recently, over the last several years, we've gotten additional funding. We really want to give our thanks to the Freight Mobility Strategic Investment Board, which recognized the importance of this project on freight movement. So they offered to fund this project and fill a gap that we had up to $4.4 million. And we ended up getting that money through the motor vehicle account, but it was PSC-TV who identified this as a critical project. So we just want to reach out and say thank you to Brian Ziegler of PSC-TV to help us with that. We also want to thank the Transportation Improvement Board, or commonly known as TIB. Ashley Probart has been a champion of our project, and they have committed $5 million to this project as well. And so with all of that funding, both federal and state, this project is covered 77% of the total $36 million by federal and state loans. So please help me in giving all of our state and federal legislators a round of applause. And thank you for your support on this project. And not only that, there is a huge amount of local support for this project too. About the remainder of it, it comes from our local dollars and funds in our city council who committed the dollars for this project. So we want to thank our council for seeing this vision through. And so let's give a round of applause for our council members as well. Thank you very much. So the last thing that I wanted to mention before we move on, I really need to give a thank you out to the railroad, the BNSF Railroad. This project could not have happened without our coordination with the railroad. And in these last several years, they have really stepped forward in a very positive relationship with the city. And so we just want to mention Steve Semenik, who is the governmental coordinator out of Seattle for BNSF. And we just want to thank you to them. And I also want to reach out and say thank you to our WashDOT staff, who has helped us from the very beginning of this project, all the way from 2001 when this project started with the very first federal funds that we got, all the way up until recently with all the approvals that were needed in order to get this to the construction phase. So I just want to say thank you to all of our WashDOT and BNSF friends as well. So with that, I am going to introduce Maria Serra again, and she's going to talk to you about some of the other partners on this project as well. Maria? Oh wait, hang on, I got to lower this.
Thank you, Steve. I am Maria Serra, CID manager from City of Pasco, and I want to recognize the other people that made this project possible. And that is our current and past staff who have worked diligently delivering this project, working with consultants, doing all the detailed process that needs to happen to make this project come through. As I mentioned, I want to recognize our consultants, and there's many. I apologize if I miss anybody. JUB, our design engineer, who is responsible for the design of the bridge and the road and utilities in this project. who was supported by KPG for the landscape architecture that comes with this project, along with Ross Widener, who has helped us coordinate with the NSF, and of course, Universal Land Solutions, who has helped us acquire the easements that are necessary to work within the NSF right away. Besides them, we also had HDR help us early on in the process to acquire this land that helps us be here and make room for our project. We want to thank WSP, who is going to be our construction management team, helping us be the eyes at the site, ensuring that this project gets delivered in the way that it has been envisioned. Finally, our contractor, Cascade Bridge, who has been the lowest bidder for our project, and we're excited to get started with this. I want to give a special mention to Mike Ullman with HLA, who has been relentless in his efforts to move this project forward. He has been the project manager for the last 2 years and has worked so hard to get this project here. All his efforts are paid off today when we're seeing this project starting. I haven't mentioned yet our leadership, our Public Works Director, Steve Worley, who has been an inspiration in this project. He has given guidance and support to all the staff to keep this project moving in the right direction, as well as our previous Public Works Directors, who I think some of them are here today with us, who had the vision and the stamina to stick with the vision and make this project possible. Okay, and very last, I want to thank WashDOT local programs, who has been with us at our side, helping us resolve every step of the way so that we could be here meeting all the milestones and finally be here. We are so proud, so happy to be here. This is huge for our city. This has been a tremendous effort, and a project of this size, this complexity doesn't get done with just one person. It takes a team to get this done. And I want to thank everybody that made this possible. Thank you very much.
An engineer and a great public speaker. Nice job, man. So, good afternoon. We're almost done with the program. Just a few more words. Sorry about that. I think this microphone down. Okay, just a few more words. We had a groundbreaking on Phoenix Park just a couple weeks ago down the street, and much like today, a lot of people are just happy to be together. So we do have Governor's Office staff here. I want to thank them just for the support that they provided throughout the whole COVID, as well as our health district folks and Chief Gears here. We wouldn't be here without the efforts of folks like that, and the ability to meet and be together. Could be months on, hadn't been for some of those efforts. So today we're here to talk more about the bridge. It's been a 20-year effort, as you heard. A half-hour ceremony kind of maybe doesn't do it justice, but for my association with the project, which has been about 6.5, 7 years, I can tell you it's basically been tooth and nail every step of the way. Mentioned former Public Works directors, Bob Alberts, I saw him a little bit earlier, Gary, former city manager, as well as former city council members are well aware of it, but it took years just to get traction. And it took time to make the justifications and do the necessary studies. It took a long time to settle on a plan. And at that point in time, we were able to get partial federal funding for right-of-way purchase and demolition. And where you're standing right now is the middle of a building. Just when I first got here, we were tearing those buildings down. And so that just kind of gives you a little bit of sense of how long this takes. A lot of grant applications and a lot of rejections. And more slippage as the plan was refined. to something that our legislators and funding partners can support, design, and then design again. And the fight for funding, and in that fight, our legislators stepped up. And we were part of that Connecting Washington plan. And as Steve alluded to, they stepped up again, and we have the chair and the vice chair, Jake Five, Bill Ramos here, and they saw what we needed. They saw that we were ready, and as the chair and vice chair, Representative Benke out there, who knows our community well, all on the transportation committee, they got our money moved up, so we're here today instead of next year, because originally our money was scheduled for this project to be released next year. So the fight for moving that up, our legislative delegation and our legislative leadership was there, and I want to thank those folks. And our partners, the railroad. The railroad, Steve mentioned them a little bit, it's unimaginably big, it's huge, and they got a lot to do. So getting on their radar to talk about changing the access over their track is not even a popular thing for them to talk about. And let's say they're not called the railroad for nothing, but they came through for Pasco. They came through for Pasco. And all this to say, this is really historical. Just being here today and where we're at is a historical event. I think about 1937 and probably similar words spoken then about how nice it was going to be to have a grade separated crossing. And at that time, as the mayor said, it was a nice facility. It's no longer that nice facility for a community of 78,000 people growing to 130,000 people in just a couple decades from now. And over the past few decades, we've spent tens of millions of dollars, countless hours, countless time. And, I will say this project, for me, and, I've been in government a while, watching this unfold and knowing the history of it pretty well at this point, it's a great example of how a tenacious effort behind a grassroots idea. And this was really a grassroots idea. The first inkling of this kind of came from a committee-led study of what we needed downtown to make our community grow into, 2010 or something probably, or 2000, some far out year that we're way past. But they kept the vision, and the council read the will of the people. The will of the people maintained constant. Council stayed steadfast in their execution of it, as did staff. And I would say we're not so much making history today as we are marking it. We're witnessing the final step in a journey from basically probably what was a wild idea at the time, a concept, to paper, to now construction today. So, council, that's all. Those are my comments for today. But council, please make your way up. We're going to do some groundbreaking pictures. Our very capable deputy city manager is going to help kind of get us organized. And the crowd, please stay in place, crowd, because what we're going to do is we're going to take the traditional pictures of council this way, and then we're going to, I don't know where that thing is. Oh, there they are. Yeah. With the drones, we're going to take it back so we can get the crowd in the picture as well. And then we're going to do the same thing with the legislators. So legislators, ready yourself for groundbreaking. I know it's something you're used to doing, so we thank you that you're here today. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, our current city council and two of our past members.
All right. Time to play some dirt. Ready? All right.
also get our legislators to please join our council up here and help with this. Thank you. Council, if council could stay up here also, please, that'd be great.
Hey, David, how are you?
A few more shovels up here,
Good evening. My name is Tanya Bowers, and I would like to call the City of Pasco Planning Commission meeting to order. I would like to welcome all those in attendance this evening and ask you to join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To begin tonight's meeting, I would like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Tanya Bowers.
Present.
Joseph Campos.
Present.
Paul Mendez.
Present.
Kim Lehrman.
Present.
Abel Campos.
Present.
Isaac Myron.
Present.
Rachel Teal. Jay Hindler.
Present.
Jerry Cochran.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have 8 members present and we do have a quorum.
The Planning Commission is an advisory board made up of volunteers appointed by the City Council. The purpose of the Planning Commission is to provide recommendations to City Council regarding changes to the city's comprehensive plan, land use updates, block grant allocations, and zoning code. The Planning Commission is tasked with considering the long-term growth and development of the community, the impact of land use decisions on community, livability, economic opportunity, housing affordability, public services, and the environment. I would like to remind the audience that tonight's proceedings are being broadcast live on the City of Pasco's Facebook page and on Charter Cable PSC channel 191 and will be rebroadcast several times during the next month. The meeting is also being recorded, so you can watch it on the City of Pasco's website, which is pasco-wa.gov. Click on the Video on Demand link and make your selection there. There are copies of the meeting agenda available online on the City of Pasco website, so you may follow along with the meeting. At this time, I would like to ask the audience that you mute your microphones to prevent any interruptions during our meeting. For those present this evening, when you are given the opportunity to address the commission, please raise your hand so that we know that you would like to address the commission. Speak clearly into the microphone and state your name and city of address for our records. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I need to remind the audience and the Planning Commission that Washington state law requires public meetings like the one being held this evening not only be fair, but also appear to be fair. In addition, Washington state law prohibits Planning Commission members from participating in discussions or decisions in which the member may have a direct interest or may be either benefited or harmed by the Planning Commission's decision. An objection to any Planning Commission member hearing any matter on tonight's agenda needs to be aired at this time or it will be waived. First, are there any Planning Commission members who have a declaration at this time regarding any items on the agenda? Let the record show that there were no declarations. Second, is there anyone in the audience this evening who would object to any Planning Commission member hearing any item on the agenda? Let the record show that there were no declarations. We value your input. We as a Planning Commission need and value your input. It helps us to understand the issues more clearly and to make recommendations to City Council. Furthermore, in many cases, your input here at this Planning Commission meeting is your only opportunity to get the facts and the opinions placed into the official record the City Council will use to make its decision. I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes from the Thursday, May 20th, 2021 meeting. These meeting minutes were mailed out to the commissioners ahead of time. I trust you had an opportunity to look at them. I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes.
And seconded?
This is Commissioner Hammer,
second.
Okay, I believe, was that Commissioner Lehrman? Yes, okay.
Correct.
Terrific. All right, so it's moved by Commissioner Myron, seconded by Commissioner Lehrman. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? So let the record show that the meeting minutes were unanimously approved. Next item on the agenda is a series of public hearings. The first item is a block grant, which is a request for the 2022 Community Development Block Grants. This is CDBG allocations. It is Master File BGAP 2021-003. And we will start with discussion from city staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to introduce Angie Pittman. She's our block grant coordinator and has been for 14 years now. And I'm saying this because this is her last presentation before the Planning Commission. So she's going to go off to Happy Meadows and enjoy some retirement time. Prior to her tenure as CDBG coordinator, she was the admin assistant in our department. So a total of roughly 18 years. Yeah, 18 years. So we'll turn it over to Ms. Pittman.
Thank you. The item that we have tonight is the CDBG grant cycle for our program year 2022. Just as a brief history, the CDBG program was enacted in 1974 by Title I of the Cranston-Gonzalez Act. It rolled 8 competitive grants into one community development grant that was awarded by formula. The purpose of the grant is to preserve and develop viable urban communities by expanding economic opportunities, providing decent housing, and creating a sustainable living environment. Part of the requirements for the CDBG program is that you have to have a HUD-approved 5-year consolidated plan. Our plan was approved back in 2019 for program years 2020 through 2024. The goals and the strategies in that plan kind of outline what we're permitted to spend funds on. And then each year we do an annual action plan supplement that lines out what we're going to carry out in that program year. And so this meeting tonight is the beginning of that process to gather information and figure out what we're going to work on for program year 2022. At the end of the program year, we also submit a consolidated annual plan evaluation report, or CAPER, that kind of measures our progress against what we said we were going to do in the annual action plan. And during this process, citizens' participation is mandatory and encouraged. So for 2020 and 2024, our goals are to increase and preserve affordable housing choices, community, neighborhood, and economic development, which covers pretty much everything in the middle, and then housing or homeless interventions and public services. So one's basically the physical residential improvements or increases. The rest of it's infrastructure, parks, buildings, and then public services that are carried out at those facilities. As the grantee, we can carry out this program in any number of ways. The city itself can carry out the programs with employees and or contractors, and we can award grant funds to subrecipient that is a, qualified nonprofit, 501c3, to undertake activities. And there's one organization, it's a CBDO, it's a specialized organization that, as far as I'm aware of, that we don't have in our area at this time. So that kind of limits us on who we can use. To select our activities for 2022, it has to meet a national objective of primarily benefiting low to moderate income persons in Pasco, and that's defined at 80% of our area median income based on household size. It has to be an eligible activity that's defined in 24 CFR 570, meet one of the goals in our consolidated plan, meet our local priority needs, which are defined in Resolution 1969, and then we have to have a qualified applicant that demonstrates capacity to carry out the activity. And then, if depending on the complexity, we do some underwriting to determine whether or not projects are feasible, if they can continue with partial funding, or if they have to have the whole block of funding in order to complete it, because we don't want to give funds out and with no guarantee the prior year activity will get funded and then the project doesn't get completed. So Resolution 1969 designated the Planning Commission as the advisory board and established council policy regarding CDBG funding. Projects that were to be considered were housing, parks, community-sponsored recreation, infrastructure, basically focusing on the physical improvements, economic development, and removing substandard or hazardous conditions. It allowed for capital improvement of facilities that house social agencies, so public facilities improvements are eligible, but maintenance and equipment is not allowable. Social services such as health, education, and welfare are, according to this resolution, not allowable. Excuse me. So for 2022, we estimate $750,000 Yeah, and that's based on our prior year, on 2021. What we was awarded then. Yeah, that should be. So there were 11 proposals received, and that included one that we don't actually receive an application for, and it's the $200,000 that is earmarked for repaying the Section 108 loan. And so that came to 1.17 million approximately, so we have a deficit about 421,000. And the requests are categorized by our project types. Administration is generally limited to 20% of our entitlement. Public services is limited to 15%. Economic opportunities, we didn't receive any applications for that. We had one for affordable housing for $67,500, none for public facility improvements, which would be the buildings and the parks. Code enforcement, $100,000, community infrastructure, $500,000, and then the Section 108 debt service is $200,000.
And just as a reminder, the debt service is for the revitalization of Peanuts Park and the Farmers Market pavilions.
And this is just a graph breaking it down by project type. So the next steps are, the application deadline was May 28th. So this is the first of 2 public hearings, and then at the end, your recommendations will be forwarded to City Council workshop on the 9th of August, and then council action on the 16th. Then we'll open the whole plan up for a 30-day public review period. And at the end of that, when we receive the actual allocation from HUD, the plan has to be updated and then submitted in IDIS. So.
That tells me to stop advancing slides, and the next 2 applicants have a PowerPoint that we'll get to when it's their turn for testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pittman, and we are grateful to you for stewarding the CDBG program and wish you the best of luck, but we're not done with you yet. I want to ask my fellow commissioners, do we have any questions or comments? Staff? Anyone online whom I can't see?
Hey, this is Commissioner Cochran. I wanted to clarify, so there's a $421,000 deficit. How's that typically addressed? Just by narrowing down the number of proposals in the final mix? And that's what we're here to do over the next month or 2 in council?
Yes. Actually,
okay.
We'll come back at the next meeting with a list of proposed projects for funding and narrow it down to what's available.
Gotcha. So this is the 1.171 million is the full list of applicants, and then we'll eventually narrow that down to 750.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify and make sure I knew what the math was.
And I actually do have a question. So the Section 108 debt payment, that is counted as a part of the larger ask? Okay. Thank you for that. All right. So with that, you are technically the applicant. You've already come forward. Or should we go to the...
I would ask the audience, yes.
We will go to the audience. So going back to the list that we just had up a minute ago, how about we start with Habitat for Humanity? Your name and city of address for the record, please.
My name is Natalie Kerfman, and the city address for our nonprofit is 313 Wellesian Way. Thank you for the invitation to present this evening. I'm submitting Pasco Home Affordability Project on behalf of Tri-County Partners Habitat for Humanity. I am joined by Executive Director Jet Richardson. Please bear with my pace as I try to respect the 5-minute time recommendation for you. Next slide. This project will build in 2 locations, Cedar Avenue and Alvina Street. There will be 8 homes completed by December of 2022. Next. CDBG funds will be applied toward 8 house trusses at $30,000, 8 lumber packages at $25,000, and 8 sidewalks at $12,500 for a total request of $67,500. Next. The project builds 8 homes serving 32 people, 13 clients below 80% AMI, 19 clients below 50% AMI, and 20 minority clients. Next. The 3 criteria for Habitat's homeownership program include falling within 30 to 80% AMI, the ability to pay the appraised value of Habitat home, and willingness to partner through sweat equity. Next.
And may I just interrupt you? AMI is average.
Area median income. Sorry. Unmet need. The current median house price in Pasco is approximately $318,000, creating an estimated house payment of $1,900 a month. I've included this Pearl Street example to show that these homes are not necessarily new or extravagant. Next. Federal government guidelines define that greater than 50% monthly income toward housing costs is considered a severe housing cost burden. Next. Using the $1,900 a month mortgage estimate, an 80% AMI Pasco resident would pay 52% of their monthly income on housing costs, falling directly into severe housing cost burden. Shifting to a 50% AMI Pasco resident, they would pay 83% of their monthly income on housing costs, creating a situation where the dream of home ownership is unimaginable. Next. Appraisal values are rising at insurmountable rates in Pasco. This Habitat home had an appraised value in May of 2019 at $201,000. Today's estimated appraised value is $250,000, creating a 24.4% increase on the very same Habitat for Humanity home. Next. To recap, affordable homeownership for 30 to 80% AMI residents is created. 2, reasonable mortgage payments are generated. And 3, unreasonable home cost increases will be addressed by the grant. Habitat's project meets, next. Habitat's project meets the following community priority needs as defined by CDBG. I won't read them, but it's Goal 1, Strategy 1, Objective 2, and Outcome 2. Next. This project is a high priority ranking through neighborhood preservation and revitalization. Elements of the project include health, education, economic opportunities, beautification, community, and safety. Next. The project will meet successful benchmarks: 8 persons served per quarter, 2022 construction schedule targets met, 8 homes built, and a qualitative benchmark with the number of smiles observed by new homeowners. Projected budget is $2,020,800 with the CDBG funds joining in at $67,500. Next. Habitat maintains strong partnerships and funding streams. They are listed below, and you can look at those later. Next. Pasco home affordability breaks cycles of generational poverty by providing new affordable homes to low to moderate income residents in Pasco. By combining Pasco's CDBG with Tri-County Partners Habitat for Humanity, residents are provided a remarkable fighting chance at owning the place where they live and calling it home. Next. Thank you for your time, consideration, and funding.
Thank you. I just want to ask commissioners, do we have any questions of the applicant?
I have one. This is Commissioner Cochran.
Please, Commissioner Cochran.
Yes, well, first of all, thanks for all you do at Habitat. It's a great organization. And I was curious about, I mean, one of the things that the $67,000 is going to go towards is trusses and lumber packages. And you're going to try to do 8 units with that. And is there built-in inflation, or have you got commitments on those, or could those 8 lumber packages and truss packages end up being 3 if the inflation and lumber prices keep going? I'm just curious of how you manage the outrageous cost. I think lumber is 80% this year, and a significant portion of your thing is lumber. So I'm just curious about how you guys manage that.
Sure. So we just wanted to differentiate that it is applied toward. So those amounts are just applied toward those things. Yeah, definitely 8 house trusses are much more than $30,000 at this point today.
Yeah, no, I guess my curious, it'll go towards that, but it'll, if the lumber price keeps going up, the contribution will be decreasing, I guess is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
This is Commissioner Mendez. I got a question.
Another question. Apologies. Come up. Please, Commissioner Mendez.
Yeah, so I read somewhere that the applicants need to be, I think, U.S. citizens or permanent residents. And I was just curious how you verify that. If you're required to verify that would be the better question, I guess. Thank you.
That's a good question, which I'm going to defer to Jet Richardson.
Hi, I'm Jet Richardson. We do verify that in the application process for all of the Habitat homeowners that come through our program. It's not just a requirement for our affiliate that Habitat homeowners be permanent residents or citizens, but it's a requirement of Habitat for Humanity International. So it's verified at the application, at the time of application. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Any more questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a couple. Are your funds secured? Everything that you had in the budget, are those secured funds, or do you have grant applications out for them already?
We have grant applications out everywhere we can find opportunities. The costs of the lumber, the materials cost is always something that we're concerned about and that are rising, but right now we have cash reserves on hand to cover the project, at least for the first 4 houses, and then we'll continue to raise funds for the rest of them.
Okay, so do you have then title on the property?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for coming up. We appreciate your input. And next, we are going to go to the other applicant who has showed up today, I believe. Your name and city of address.
My name is...
Yes, city of address, right? Yes.
My name is John Padvork, address 8016 Babine Drive in Pasco. And I'm here as a city employee, senior civil engineer, to talk about the Lewis Corridor project from 2nd to 5th. It's a really interesting project for us. There's a lot of work we've put into that downtown corridor recently, and this will be the last little puzzle piece that will really complete an overall big picture. Next slide. So as you can see on the screen, we've done some projects that I'm sure you've heard of. Our Lewis Street Overpass project. That'll be on the east side of this corridor, and then Peanuts Park is at 4th. So currently the city will have put about $44 million between their funds and funds that they've secured between the Lewis Street Overpass project and Peanuts Park, and the corridor between them isn't improved yet. So it's There's ADA compliance issues. It's fairly old, so the sidewalks aren't in great condition. And so what our hope is to connect the investment we've made at the Lewis Street overpass and the investment being made at Peanuts Park and connect the dots and really clean up the rest of that corridor so that our two big investments aren't kind of isolated in an area that's not improved, but it connects and really creates a revitalized downtown all the way from Peanuts Park over to the overpass. So we feel that there's been a lot of investment already, and our project will be really important in terms of tying together the themes of those, making a safe, pedestrian-friendly place that people can exist downtown that's pleasant and good to be at. And it'll also help local businesses who've struggled through recent economic crises, especially then with the other construction projects going on, that there's some concern that would be detrimental in the short term in terms of, construction activity out in front of their business and such. That our hope is to complete this project before the overpass is complete. So when everything is back opened up, there's a beautiful new downtown in front of all these shops that will really help them step up their game in terms of number of people that choose to visit downtown Pasco. So currently we have selected a consultant to do the design work, and we have secured funds for the design. I believe we have some secured funds for construction as well. There's a few different concepts for what we would do downtown. There's been effort to do some master planning of the downtown area. And when the consultants were interviewed, some of them presented graphics of concepts that might be like what we end up with. These haven't been through the stakeholder engagement process yet, which will be a really key part of our project. But they show generally the sort of after pictures that we might see in a few years. So there's a lot of things we can balance. There's all the way from there's a certain width of corridor we have to work with, and we can give more room to businesses for outdoor seating and such. We can improve bicycle safety on the road. We can improve parking. There's a lot of opportunities for not just kind of a facelift, but actually changing the infrastructure to benefit the community. So this is a rendering showing a fairly traditional multimodal access. Next slide. This is a more pedestrian and business-friendly version where we shrink the road down and have additional sidewalk area for businesses to have outside seating and for people to have more outside enjoyment of that area. And next slide. And then there's also a version that prioritizes bicycle safety. That's one of our priorities in terms of city planning is connecting the dots between the small projects we've done that have bicycle safety elements so that we have a more continuous bicycle network through the city. So we'll be looking at that as well in terms of how to prioritize the project. And then regarding funding mechanisms, our project is also considered a high priority project in that it's a revitalization project, and it also addresses ADA access issues for a lot of the stores downtown. And we're really excited about this. Our hope is that it would be constructed next year. Design would happen this year, and then we would construct it next year. That's our current schedule. Do you guys have any questions about the project?
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation. Really exciting to see the connection between the Lewis Street overpass and Peanuts Park, and your addressing of the access issues. I think that's great. The other funds associated with this project, are they primarily secured by the city or federal dollars or other governmental dollars?
I believe I know off the top of my head, but I'll double check really quick. So we have other block development funds as well as state funds, and then some local funds from REIT and our stormwater fund, and those are secured.
Great, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from commissioners for the applicant?
Yes, hi. So what are your next steps? What are you seeking? I'm kind of curious. What can we do to help you?
So the biggest thing for us is funding right now. So right now we have funding for a good portion of construction and our design costs. And so we're moving into the design phase and pursuing additional funding. Moving into the design phase, we'll get a better sense for how much funding will be required. We did a quick estimate before getting a consultant on board just in-house. And then we're hearing from a couple of different consultants that we interviewed that, you know, there's a cost to do a sidewalk and there's a cost to revitalize downtown. And revitalizing downtown can be more expensive. And so we're trying to find additional funds so that we can do something like these pretty pictures instead of just, you know, take a cracked sidewalk and fix ADA problems and then basically put back the same thing that was there. We really want to have the ability to give the citizens what they hoped for in terms of really providing a neat downtown Pasco.
And who was the consultant who was picked?
McKay Spizito?
Great.
McKay Spizito?
So your ask is essentially the Pasco Neighborhood Business District improvement? Great. Good to know. All right. So with that, thank you very much. I don't believe we have any more questions for you.
Excellent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so we do not have, oh, we do have one more applicant. Terrific. All right, 2, 1.
I'll go with the Y first, then I'll let Donna go with the R.
Okay, great.
Quick, so you guys have heard us before.
We
Appreciate the opportunity to come before you guys once again. COVID-19 presented us a real challenge that we ended up having to
Name and
close.
city
Oh, sorry,
address.
thank you. Steve Howland with the YMCA. The original address is 1234 Columbia Park Trail. We're also over here at the Pasco Martin Luther King Center at 205 South Weehee. We were forced to close down during COVID like a lot of other programs. We are actually reopening Monday. We opened this week to a special soccer camp, trying to get kids back involved, get them physically active again, out of the classroom, out of the home, outside and playing again. The funding from the CDBG helps us to run this center, hands down. This program was started as a cooperation between the City of Pasco, United Way, and the YMCA. One of those legs, United Way, withdrew from the funding, and so the WISE board has said, we are going to keep running the center. We try to do some fundraising with it, but CDBG plays a real big part of this for us. It leverages about another $50,000. We use a lot of our internal funding because we believe in the program, we believe in the kids, and we believe in the neighborhood. And after being here myself for 18 years, it's been wonderful to see East Pasco change in a positive way. We've seen a lot more home ownership, a lot of families that are active, things like that. And one of the things that marked this past week when we did the soccer camp is we had a lot of non-East Pasco community residents come over. And I can tell you my 18 years running programs here, we've had a lot of resistance over the years. Parents from Richland and Kennewick would don't want to go there. And surprisingly, even West Pasco. This go around, we had a huge turnout with 70 kids from a variety of mix. And that's really promising for us. But our focus is still the kids in that immediate neighborhood. And so the funding from this allows us to open the center after schools, have it open in the summer, as well as our athletic programs, things like that are off-site. The funding that you guys have provided over the years has kept that door open with a minimal charge. Kids basically can join for $10 a year, come in and have unlimited access to that center. And by kids, it's not just the young kids, it's also high school age and college age, as well as families to be able to come in, work out, use the facilities, use the recreational programs, and have that safe place after school in Kurtzman Park. So with that, I'd like to see if there are any questions I might be able to ask.
Commissioners, any questions?
Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Chair.
Doesn't sound like we have any questions, but thank you
Wonderful.
so
Thank
much
you,
for
Tom.
your time and your service. And next, just your name and city of address. That's all we need.
I'm Donna Tracy, and I'm from the Arca Tri-Cities, and I'm very sad that Angie's leaving. She has been so helpful to us nonprofits. I am Donna Tracy from Pasco, 9904 Pasco, Washington, but I work at the Arca Tri-Cities in Richland. I'm here on behalf of the ARC and the therapeutic recreation request. We serve individuals with developmental disabilities, autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, a variety of disabilities. The ARC serves traditionally over 1,000 individuals in a therapeutic year-round recreation service delivery. And these dollars allow us to be able to help and give scholarships and reduce costs to those who have little. Individuals who live in a group home, they only are given $60 a month. That's for their bus pass. That's for their clothes. That's for, to going out to McDonald's. They only get $60 a month. So having low funding to be able to help support them. During COVID, we shut down for about a month before people were calling us up and people were stopped eating and really families in crisis. And so we started doing individual one-on-one service delivery and going to parks and feeding ducks just to help people get out and have that recreation. When you have a cognitive disability or, sensory issues, sometimes you just require that routine and the families needed help. So we're now getting more robust. We're serving 96 kids in camps, and people are anxious to get out there and get enjoying life. So we're asking for your funding and your support again. We appreciate you helping us, and allows us to be able to give us some funding to help those who have little funds. The individuals we serve are designated as recognized as low income and disabled adults we target, and they come in a variety of our services throughout the year.
Great, thank you. So any questions from commissioners?
No.
Sounds good.
I actually have one question.
Yeah.
I know you serve the Tri-Cities as a whole. Do you have any idea what percentage of your clients come from Pasco?
Oh, I have to say, I just got through doing numbers for my summer camp, and a third. So equal representation. Matter of fact, I would have to say that Pasco right now exceeds Kennewick. So I don't know why, but a lot of people are coming out in Pasco.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've had a number of worthy applicants who've come up to speak. Is that it in the room? Angie? Yeah? Rick?
Do you want to hear a brief rundown of the 4 city asks?
Why not?
Sure, they're very consistent with past years, of course. The 3 recreation specialists for the Civic Center, the Martin Luther King Community Center, the Senior Center, and then the 4th, the Code Enforcement Officer. These are all people that are dedicated to the low to moderate income. And then the CDBG program administration is a cost that isn't, of course, just salary, but it's supplies. It's spread out because there's quite a bit of city help that goes to Ms. Pittman and her efforts, including some of my time, some of Ms. Webb's time in terms of administration, supplies, and various special service or professional service requests that are required for the block grant program.
Thank you for that. Mr. White, any questions, fellow commissioners? And since I'm not hearing any discussion, we are now at the point where we open our public hearing. So this is the time when any individuals who wish to speak on this particular item, the CDBG block grants, or the applicants, now's the time to come forward and speak. Please state your name and city of address for the record. Not yet. Okay. Yes, Mr. White?
Again, no action tonight is needed by the commission other than conducting the public hearing. This will return next month with a proposal from staff perspectives.
So I don't need to close the public hearing, is what you're saying. Then I will just leave it open. I've opened it and it will stay open then. All right, with that. So we will move on. We will move on since I don't have to close that public hearing. Thank you everyone who came to speak. And we are now going to move on to our next agenda item, which is also for a block grant. And this is a request for The 2022 Home Fund allocations, MFBGAP 2021-004. And we will start our discussion with comments from city staff.
Good evening. The City of Pasco joined with Kennewick and Richland to form a consortium. Together, the Tri-Cities Home Consortium, it prepared our 5-year plan. We worked together, basically sharing information to kind of share the load. When I prepared this slide, this is what we had for estimated entitlement funds that would be available for 2022. However, I have received a recent slide basically saying we're probably going to get about double that. But because of our down payment assistance program, the lag in being able to provide assistance, there's a purchase limit that kind of is a barrier for people to be able to use the down payment assistance program. So we estimate that we'll try to do 12 down payment assistance loans, but anything over that we would like to give to tenant-based rental assistance so we can continue helping people with rent utilities.
Terrific. So commissioners, do we have any questions or comments for city staff? This is something that we get this request year after year. All right. So
This is Commissioner Lerman.
Oh, Commissioner Lehrman, please.
I have a question about how many residents per each home. So about how many total Pasco residents would be able to benefit from these 12 TPA projects, rental assistance?
The down payment assistance program is for purchasing homes. As far as how many people, I'm not sure. It's all based on household size. As far as the tenant-based rental assistance, I don't have any numbers yet. I think that we're lagging a little bit behind the other two cities in using the current funds. However, our partner who is carrying out the program with the CARES Act, they kind of think that we can use these funds, that we can continue long term. There's not a hard deadline on these. I mean, except for the ones that we put on ourselves. Like last year, we said we would carry it out through December, and then we would look at it in December and decide whether or not to carry it on based on need. And so, from what we hear, that's where our greatest need is.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from commissioners?
This is Commissioner Campos. I have a question.
Please, Commissioner Campos.
Yeah, just curious, how many applications do we get for the down payment assistance? I know we want to propose 12 and get that, but how many do we normally get a year?
In the past, before the housing prices went sky high, we were probably doing 12 to 24 a year. Last year, I think we did 3. So we have contingencies in the home annual action plan that also allows us to move funds from a project that isn't moving forward to be able to use it someplace else. It's just that we didn't want to leave the down payment assistance program without any funds, since we still have a lot of people calling and asking about it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is Commissioner Lerman with another question.
Please, Commissioner Lerman.
How does residents learn about the down payment assistance program? What methods of outreach does the city use?
Michelle usually does a marketing campaign, and she just did one recently for the tenant-based rental assistance. We have put this information on our Facebook page. Rosanna's uploaded it wherever code enforcement is, word of mouth, and of course there are our partners that have been working with us over the years, so pretty much they know that the program exists, or if they search for assistance, they'll find our name on the website and then come and ask if they can get approved, because they know they're recommended by their lenders and real estate agents as well.
Thank you.
Did you want to add something?
We put an advertisement in the Tri-City Herald last year also, trying to spur activity.
And Mr. Gonzalez, were you going to say something?
Oh, with regards to the average household size, I believe the 2018 Office of Financial Management estimates was about 3.1 or 3.2. Historically, I think one of the higher household sizes across the state.
Okay, thank you for adding that. So please?
This Commissioner Mendez, I got a question.
Hi, Commissioner Mendez, please.
I guess I have the same question for the tenant-based rental assistance. How many applicants did the program serve last year? I know there was an eviction moratorium. I wonder if there any kind of impact to the numbers that were people that were assisted with that. Thank you.
I don't have the exact number that were served at the top of my head, but I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 11 households.
And what was the average assistance?
The amount, I don't have that either. That program is being run through Richland, City of Richland as the lead agency, and CAC do that, and I get reports every once in a blue moon, but I can definitely look that information up and bring it back at the next meeting, or Rick can.
That would be would be very helpful to have. So I'm assuming with this recommendation, you don't need us to do anything until the next meeting? All right. So hearing no other questions, seems we can move on to our next item, which is a request for a block grant. This is the Annual Action Plan Amendment, CDBG CV2, and its master file 2020-006. We will start our discussion with comments from city staff.
Okay, now these were awarded in different order. All tranches of the CDBG CV funds were authorized by the CARES Act. So they have the added requirement to prepare, prevent, or respond to COVID-19, and also because they are disaster funds, they have an added requirement to ensure that there's no duplication of benefits. So we were first awarded, I think it was in March or April of last year, the CV1 award funds, and those were awarded towards business assistance. The $434,000 of that, there is $184 remaining. And I think just recently, the CV3 funds went through, and 414 of that were awarded to emergency assistance, which is the same as tenant-based rental assistance. To date, we haven't received those funds from HUD, and so those funds have not been spent yet. We don't have authorization to spend them yet. And then through the State of Washington Department of Commerce, HUD has also been pushing through the tranche for CV2, which is $145,000. Of that, we're limited to 5% for admin, and it can be used for any activity that's already approved or contingent activity to keep them going, or it can be put on a new project, but then it has to go through this public process. I think, yeah. The CV3 funds were, it was called emergency assistance, but that was for utilities, it's eligible for rent and mortgage for low to moderate income households. So those are the types of activities that are eligible for the CDBG-CV funds. And actually anything that's eligible for CDBG under 24 CFR 570, with the exceptions or with the added requirements that it prevent, prepare for, or respond to COVID, and not have any duplicated benefits.
Okay, so one of my questions, what you were saying is that none of this can duplicate what's already happening, like through the CDBG funds?
What it means is that if we give out business assistance grants and there's other grant funds that is being given to business assistance grants, we have to make sure that they don't get
double dip.
Exactly. So it just kind of really slows down the process and requires extra.
If there are any applicants to the block grants, would they be eligible for things that we're not able to pick up from that through this?
Not unless they can meet those two requirements at the bottom.
Okay.
That's the tough part. It's like yes and no. Yes, it's eligible, but doesn't meet the requirement for the CARES Act funds.
Gotcha. Okay. That's a good clarification. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments for city staff? Okay. And there is no public hearing that needs to be opened. Or is there?
Yeah.
Oh, there is a public hearing
Yeah.
that needs to be open. I look to staff for help on that. All right. So I just want to say, any individuals who wish to speak on behalf of this particular item, now is the time to come forward and speak. Please state your name and city of address for the record. Okay. No one is coming forward. Just wanted to make sure I left that open. All right, so with that, we do see the discussion that you're interested, that is ultimately you want us to have. But this is something that we will see again next session, but not with Ms. Pittman.
Nope.
Okay. Mr. White, what are you going to have us do with this, the next session?
We'll just, oh, you mean next month?
Next month, yeah.
Yeah, we'll continue it. We'll propose the same. We don't have a lot of, there's not a lot of flex here. We'll just propose pretty much what you're seeing right now.
Okay. All right.
And I just want to add, there is a lot of funding for response to COVID, a lot, and luckily the latter grants to communities in the county is also getting funding, but luckily it's been extended out till the end of 23 or 24. 23. So at least we have a couple of years. Which is very, very helpful.
Good. That's good to know. Gosh knows we'll be feeling the effects of this for a long time. All right. Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to move forward to the next and last of the public hearings. This item is a request for a code amendment. This is for accessory dwelling units. HB 1923, Master File CA 2020-003, which we have heard a lot of at the past several meetings. City staff?
Thank you and good evening, Planning Commission members. This staff report addresses comments received at the May Planning Commission meeting, along with updated staff recommendations for the proposal. Just as a quick mention, this is the third presentation from staff on this particular item. We've held 2 workshops, one in December of 2020 and last month. And this is the last item of 3 action items the city is pursuing related to House Bill 1923 to increase residential building capacity this proposal would allow detached accessory dwelling units in the city. So on the next slide, just a few, this is the proposal itself. On the next slide, a few highlights of the benefits for accessible dwelling units. They offer opportunities for residents who desire a more flexible option for housing, while also providing a homeowner with an opportunity to have a family live on the same property. They are widely seen as benefits due to their lower costs and affordability, the flexibility and variety for potential residents, entry-level housing, and enables families to expand beyond their primary home. And this is a guide from the AARP. On the next slide, refer back to community and stakeholder interest. ADUs are a response for the growing need for more housing across the country, especially here locally. And this proposal addresses both that and the interests expressed by community members and home builder stakeholders. 55% have strongly agreed with allowing ADUs in the city. 65% support or strongly support zoning changes for housing supply increases. And there's a 61% support or strongly support allowing the market decide, which again, we think this does as well. This is a public hearing. We've received 2 comments in support of this proposal, one via email and one verbal via phone call. And also, right before the meeting, pulled up a few additional numbers. A report on the rental market across the country listed the Tri-Cities as the 16th most competitive market for rental housing choices. We have a 97% occupancy rate. That's higher than many larger metropolitan areas across the country. And a recent report from Freddie Mac in May indicated that the total housing gap in the country increased from 2.5 million in 2018 to 3.8 million as of May. So obviously an increasing housing crisis across the entire country. On the next slide, summarizes what we currently permit in the Pasco Municipal Code on the table below with what was required and mandated of 1923 and the 2343 House bill that was enacted by the legislature in 2020, which turned those mandates into optional, but we have to pursue at least one of those options. I do note above that staff has discussed and confirmed an amended contract with the Washington State Department of Commerce, which amends our original contract to comply with 1923's mandates and affords us some additional flexibility in case Planning Commission or Council moves or adopts a alternative version of this effort. So on this slide, and apologize for the small font on this, this is also in the staff report and in the draft ordinance for your review. This is a table identifying the regulations and criteria with our updated recommendation and a brief rationale. And I'll just highlight a few of these for your review this evening. And the first one is the attached and detached ADU permissions. We are proposing to allow one of each when the design, development, and lot standards can be met. Again, we already allow attached accessory dwelling units, so this would simply be allowing a detached unit, again, that they can comply with the rest of the design standards in the code or those that are added for this proposal. On off-street parking requirements, we have proposed to eliminate off-street parking requirements for those residential dwellings that were completed before 1970. And the particular reason for that is that was when the subdivision ordinance, which required off-street parking, went into effect. And so all of the units built before 1970 don't have parking because they weren't required to. There's another, it looks like it's cut off there, but the second bullet point would read that there would be elimination of the parking requirement for a ADU within a quarter mile of a public transit facility. And then also a provision for not requiring the parking spot when the construction of the actual parking pad itself would basically make the lot infeasible for an ADU construction. In that case, that's where you'd have more space allocated for a parking spot than a home itself. And then with the rest of the lots, the parking would be required as it is today. Now, on this particular criteria, we did have discussions with our code enforcement because they do deal with parking challenges and concerns and complaints from the community. They had recommended that either we completely eliminate it for their own sake in terms of identifying a clear barrier of when parking is required and not, or try to simplify the language. So we'll try to do that, but obviously based on comments and input from the Planning Commission and community this evening. On the owner occupancy requirements, staff again recommends that we remove that requirement. Right now, there's an 8-month owner occupancy requirement for attached accessory dwelling units. And I think as we mentioned before, we're not entirely sure for the justification of that. However, the owner occupancy requirement does restrict the availability of housing and lessens the flexibility for the homeowner to construct the ADU in the first place. We are also adding additional language that would restrict the ADU for short-term or vacation use. So that would be your VRBOs, your Airbnbs, et cetera, as many communities have done just that. Staff also has a separate code amendment going through internal evaluation for short-term rentals, which would further refine this specific regulation. But we believe with what we have in the code today, restricting it to long-term living would be enough to suffice that. And then you see on the next table there, short-term rentals would be restricted for ADUs. And that would also hopefully address the comments and concerns we heard at the May meeting with regards to concerns for noise, safety, and additional neighborhoods. That would hopefully eliminate that situation. We also heard comments regarding specific design standards for ADUs, and at the time of this meeting in May, we had proposed requiring that an ADU would meet the residential design standards. However, after that meeting, we've met a phone call with the Department of Commerce and conducted some additional research, and rather than that requirement, we are proposing a separate set of design standards that are intended to be complementary to the primary dwelling, but not the exact same. So not to be to mimic, unless that was the choice of the homeowner or developer, and that would apply to windows, color, framing, roof pitches, angle of the roof, etc. There would also be additional regulations that mandate a height, backyard coverage, etc., which you see below. The height would be limited to that of the primary dwelling, or 25 feet, whichever is less. That was seen pretty commonly across other jurisdictions. And then the maximum unit size there in the middle, we recommend that an ADU would be allowed up to 1,000 square feet, or 55% of the primary dwelling unit size, whichever is less. On this slide, we see existing unpermitted ADUs. We have quite a few of them in the city, and while we're not able to entirely address those with this proposal, we do believe this begins to allow for that to occur if the homeowner or ADU resident determines that's in their best interest. Obviously, we would certainly encourage that, and now we at least have a regulation for them to comply with, whereas right now we do not. We have additional language for rear yard coverage, so the amount of space a dwelling could take up in the backyard. Another item for the bedroom limit. We don't specifically mandate a maximum bedroom limit, but the size of the ADU itself, along with the existing housing and building code regulations on bedroom and living size would be in place here to ensure that there's a safe living space for an ADU. And then you see a row for utility service requirements, which states that they would be required to connect to the primary dwelling other than a telephone, internet service, etc. And again, those are all pretty standard across ADU regulations in the country. So on the next slide, you may notice that in the staff report and in the draft ordinance, beyond what was discussed this evening, there's significant language with regards to fire code, building safety, housing, etc. The housing codes, which are in our own municipal code, And although our building official certainly was pleased to see that language in the staff report, he had recommended that rather than put it in the code, which can sometimes be confusing, that we do what other cities have done, which is create an actual ADU design guide, which would be available online and obviously for folks that come here to City Hall. And there'd be sort of a pamphlet or a detailed FAQ of sorts, so folks can understand what it takes and what are the requirements for accessory dwelling units in the city of Pasco. Many cities have gone through this extra effort and it's shown to be a benefit, not only for customer service perspective, but certainly for the actual construction of ADUs, because there's an actual guide to follow. So staff would follow up the proposal with the creation of a simple handbook or guidebook for residents to have at their use. And you can see this example from the city of Tacoma, which talks about the design, roof pitches, window placements, etc. So our recommendation today as a public hearing is to continue the public hearing. This is the first time the Planning Commission and public have seen the draft ordinance in its entirety. We would like to take some additional comments and then come back to the Planning Commission in July with a recommendation. The environmental determination was that of non-significance that was issued in late May. And with that, that concludes our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Gonzalez. Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Jacob, so is it 60%? That includes the original residence plus the ADU?
You are referring to the rear yard coverage?
Yeah.
That is, that each lot has a specific rear yard coverage that is already identified based on where the primary dwelling is placed. And so when a potential applicant comes to City Hall or applies for a permit for an ADU, we would have to ensure that the size and placement of their ADU does not exceed that threshold.
Okay,
so
great.
It's kind of a geometry diagram.
And of course, side yard, rear yard setback requirements still apply.
Correct, absolutely.
I mean, if you got a 25% rear yard requirement, that's gonna be part of what they have to look at. How are they gonna preserve that? Is that right or not? Are you gonna be able to encroach on that?
No, setbacks will still be very much applicable, just like they will with any other dwelling in the city.
Yeah. One other question, and pardon my naivete here, but the residential requirements for parking, generally speaking, are 2 per unit throughout the city, roughly. So if you put an ADU on an existing residential unit, you're going to have to provide 2 more cars?
No, staff is proposing that there would, for most lots that are either constructed before 1970, lots within a quarter mile of a public transit facility, or lots where the construction of the parking pad itself would basically leave no room for the ADU, would not be required to dedicate the off-street parking requirement. Now, the existing ADU requirement for attached dwellings requires 1 off-street parking spot per unit.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Any other commissioners want to ask questions?
It's Commissioner Campos.
Commissioner Campos.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I just want to thank city staff for bringing back and answering all the questions. I know the last time that we met, we did have quite a few concerns. I know I did, so I had a few of them. And with these new recommendations, you've answered every single one. So I just want to say thank you.
Great. So I believe we have people. Oh, one more question. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's, I just want to clarify. So short-term rentals of ADUs is not permitted according to this. Does that mean that long-term rentals are permitted, and how you define long-term rentals?
So short-term rentals today isn't an actual regulatory item in the Pasco Municipal Code. So with this proposal, we would be restricting ADUs for long-term residential living, and a rental would certainly comply with that. I'd have to check to see what our existing language is for rental units, although I'm certain we already have that because of our rental inspection program that's operated here at the city. So we do have references for that, but we would not, we are proposing that we do not allow ADUs for short-term in the sense of Airbnb vacation rentals. There may be a benefit for tourism, but that certainly decreases the supply for residential usage.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, even though we will be continuing this till the next meeting, I am going to ask any individuals who wish to speak on this particular item. Now is the time to come forward and speak. Please state your name and just the city of address for the record, Mr. Campbell.
My name is Ron Campbell. I live at 430 South Sycamore in Pasco. And coming here tonight has been very helpful. And Jacob Gonzalez has answered most of my questions. But I do have one question for you guys on this ADU. Most all ADUs are usually detached or attached to the property, the owner's property. Now, I have a scenario. I have a lot that's 45 feet, 6 inches wide, 125 feet deep. It sits on a corner. Now, it's 4 foot, let's see, it's 4 foot 6 inches short from having a full lot to be able to build on that lot. But yet I have another 6 feet to the sidewalk that's in the right of way. Now, would I be able to put an ADU on that lot?
I think without reviewing the actual lot itself, I wouldn't be able to answer that
It's
question.
5,700 square feet.
Well, we aren't proposing minimum lot sizes for accessory
Okay.
dwelling units,
Okay.
detached or attached. Simply that they comply with the lot dimension standards.
Okay.
So setbacks, height, etc. But no minimum lot size.
No minimum lot size? Okay, but my question is, what would I do with that lot? Now, I have that lot, paying taxes on that lot. Now, what am I, is the
Well,
city
Mr.
gonna
Campbell,
let
is there a
this-
house
huh?
on the lot now?
So what now?
Is there a house on
No,
the
it's
lot?
just land.
It's a vacant lot.
It's a vacant lot.
Okay, well, I don't know that we're gonna get there with this proposal, but I would welcome Mr. Campbell to talk to staff and see what can happen. There's provisions for using lots that were existing at the time subdivision code was enacted. There's probably a couple of different options for trying to see what we can come up with.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
Does that help? Okay. And hold on.
Yes, go ahead.
It's 45 feet wide
It is, yeah,
and
yes. 125 feet deep.
145 feet deep?
125.
I was getting in my mind what's going
Mhm.
on, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think you can do something with that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Any other
Campbell.
questions?
No, sounds like that was the only one. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. All right, well, I will not close the public hearing because we are going to be continuing on with this at the next meeting. I will not strike the gavel, even though that is one of the most fun things that I get to do at any meeting. I believe that actually ends our section of public hearings. We don't have anything under workshop. We don't have anything under other business. So I believe that actually brings us to our adjournment. So once again, I'm just going to say thank you to Ms. Pittman. Thank you for your service. Good luck on this next phase. And if there are no further questions or comments, I recommend that we adjourn our meeting. So with that, 7:47. Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your participation.
Thank you.
Night. Thank you.
I'm Stephen Oscar. I work boiler pressure vessel inspector. Been here for 4 years. And I cover Region 1, which is basically Snohomish County through King County. The office here in Everett, we have different departments. We have DOSH, we have electrical inspectors, we have contractor compliance, elevator inspectors, boiler inspectors, customer service, claims. I think we have 70 to 80 employees here in this office. The Washington State Boiler Program has been around since 1951. They only had maybe 1 or 2 inspectors back then. But now we have 11 inspectors, and we cover about 25,000 vessels. We're going to go to a manufacturing place. They build construction equipment. Hello. I'm Steve with Labor and Industry. I'm here to do some safety inspections on your air tank and argon tanks. Is Ken Coxon available?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure. Hey, Ken.
Hi, I'm Ken.
How you doing? I'm Steve.
Hey, Stephen, thanks for coming.
Thanks. We're here to do some good safety inspection. We're not looking to find things. You know, if there's something wrong, we want to find it. But we want to find it because we know what the outcome would be if it wasn't inspected and caught and fixed. We check their gauges, check their relief valve, make sure everything is set right. Check all their connections, make sure there's no leaks and the drains. And once the maintenance guy comes over here, we'll have him test his relief valve and open his drain. Right, the heads. Okay. So depending on what we get, depends on what you have to do for it. You can see.
Oh, yeah.
I just need you to test your relief valve. Just give it a pull and you know, you drive by a place every day and you know what's in those buildings, but you also get to see the people that work in those buildings, and you get to see how they're working every day and what they're doing. And see how this seal is on your relief valve? It's got a seal from here to here. That keeps it from being... Education is a big part of it, and showing people what can happen if they don't do proper maintenance on stuff. With a water heater, if it blows up, it's going to take out quite a bit of area. It was a Super Bowl Sunday, 2014. There was a cottage down in southern Washington. About halftime in the Super Bowl, there was an explosion, and a neighbor heard the explosion. The water heater had landed on his roof and had destroyed the cottage. It's just like a stick of dynamite. You know, I think it said I had 2,900 vessels, and I have like 1,300 locations to go to in a 2-year period. So over time, you get to know them, and they know what to expect. Constantly, it's drive to one place, do the inspection, get back in the car, find out where your next place is at, move on. This job makes me feel good, knowing that every day I'm impacting safety, which is keeping Washington safe and working.
In the old days, we disposed of our waste by throwing it out the window. Not only is this gross, people were dying. Do you ever wonder nowadays what happens when you flush the toilet, clean the dishes, or take a shower? Today's sewer systems are largely invisible to those who use them. Your city collects dirty water from residents and businesses, cleans it, releases it back to the rivers, streams, and lakes, and other bodies of water cleaner than we found it. Our systems work very well, but it takes money and people to run them. Following World War II, the federal government made a huge investment in sewers in communities around the U.S. to address a booming population and health and safety concerns. But some of these systems are falling apart. Federal and state funding has diminished, leaving local communities largely on their own to fund very expensive projects. Yes, modern-day sewer systems are essentially invisible, but that doesn't mean that we can ignore them, because they're important. After all, have you met anyone with cholera lately? Failing sewer systems can threaten our economic vitality, quality of life, public health, safety, and the environment. Faced with no alternatives, communities left to pay for expensive upgrades may be forced to delay necessary improvements until it's too late. And a simple clog could become an expensive financial drain. The longer we wait, the bigger the problem. We all need to work together to build and pay for sustainable sewer systems around the state.
My first big wheel. My first snowman. My first bike. My first time riding a horse. My first day of school. My first time fishing. My first time playing baseball. My first job.
No, let me call you back.
Good afternoon. Are you the homeowner?
Yes.
My crew and I are just down the street paving the driveway, and we got a whole extra truckload of asphalt and was wondering if you wanted your driveway paved.
Really? I don't know. What about permits from the city?
We already contacted the city. We got a permit. It's good.
That doesn't sound right to me. Let me go get the city's number. I'll call right now.
You don't need to call the city. Look, this is a one-time deal. Tomorrow the price might double or triple.
Unfortunately, spotting home improvement scams is not usually this easy. Many of these fly-by-night contractors take great care to appear to be legitimate by having a state license or even a local phone number. They will intentionally plan their visits to your neighborhood after normal business hours or on weekends, and even drop names of local building officials. They're hoping the home or property owner will quickly sign a contract, allowing the contractor to complete the project before the city becomes aware of the unpermitted and possibly substandard work. Worse, this unpermitted work can leave you with costly repairs and fines, and the contractors might even go as far as to dump their leftover materials in city streets and storm drains. It's best to avoid making unplanned or spontaneous home improvements before checking on the city's permitting requirements. City permit staff can easily explain the permitting requirements for your project and verify your contractor is properly licensed with both the city and state. Remember, city staff is here to serve you, and a properly permitted and inspected home improvement project will help save you headaches and money.
Look, I really think I need to call the city and get a permit. So thanks, but no thanks. Thank you.
Hey, you with the face.
When I first saw a turtle, my heart was full. Now anything but lonely.
We have this deep connection, this heart connection.
He just wants to be close to you and part of your life.
Every day with turtle is a perfect day.
When I'm holding her, it makes me feel calmer.
I think everything he does shows how much he loves us.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover they're a little bit of a lot of things.
But they're all pure love.
Good evening. I'm Susan Drummond, City of Pasco hearing examiner. Today is Wednesday, June 9, 2021, 6 p.m. We have just one item on the hearing agenda tonight. This is a rezone proposed by Kimberly Jenkelson, matter number Z2021-005. I did have a quick question for Mr. White before we proceed with that matter. There was another matter. This is the Warner Ridge preliminary plat 2021-004 that the applicant had requested a continuance on. This was a matter we heard last month, and the applicant requested continuance until today's hearing. And this matter is not on the agenda. It looks like the parties want the record closed on that and a decision issued, and there's nothing more that would be received this evening, as the matter is not on the agenda. Mr. White, am I correct on that, or are counsel for either the applicant or the city online?
The applicant is here, Madam Examiner, and you are correct. I'm going to look at the applicant to make sure that we've confirmed that. Yes, we're fine with that.
Okay, so I'll close the record now then on the Warner Ridge preliminary plat matter 2021-004 and a decision. And just by the way, for the record, I did receive a few emails. There were a couple from applicant's counsel, one on Monday and then one today. And then also there was an email from the city's counsel on Tuesday. And that was in addition to some other materials that I had received earlier, and I think that was before the continuance was granted. So, but a decision on that will be out within business days. Okay, I think with that answers my question on that last matter, and we can move to the rezone proposal. The order of procedure on the rezone is as follows. Planning Department will provide a summary of the proposal, and I have reviewed the staff report and attached exhibits. And the applicant will have an opportunity to present, and we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone who has signed in online or called in may comment on the proposal, and I'll probably keep the record open for a day or two just because of the remote nature of the hearing, in case there was someone who had difficulty calling in due to technical issues, although that has not been an issue. And then I issue on rezones a recommendation. City Council makes the final decision. And the recommendation, or at least my recommendation, is based on several criteria, but primarily comp plan consistency. Mr. White, who from the Planning Department is presenting on that? I can't see very well who all is there.
No, that will be me this evening,
Oh,
Madam
okay. All right, well, why don't I go ahead and swear you in, if you could state your name once more for the record.
Rick White, Community Development Director.
And you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Washington?
I do.
Thank you. So you may proceed. As I noted, I have reviewed the staff report on this.
Okay, thank you. The site, as you can see on the screen tonight, is approximately 3.5 acres in size. It is a T-shaped parcel with frontage on both Argent Road and Road 68, generally located northwest corner of Argent Road and Road 68. The proposal is to recommend or to change the existing zoning from C1 and RS12 to R4. As you can see by the existing zoning designations on the site, the staff report, Madam Examiner, has a number of findings and conclusions that are required for rezone applications through our municipal code. I don't think there's anything very unusual about this rezone. The proposal is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, which is one of the findings contained in the staff report, and a staff recommendation.
I did have a quick question on that, because it looks like with regard to the very small part of the parcel up on the kind of the top left there, I think that's the northwest, far northwest side. Yeah, that's the map that I was looking at. It looks like there's a tiny part that the comp plan doesn't technically provide for the R4, the high density, but the present zoning would also be inconsistent. So I guess there's an argument that this one is more consistent with the comp plan. And I guess technically there should be an adjustment on the comp plan. But the staff report does mention that, but I didn't know if you had additional comment on that.
No, I don't. I will just point out that the staff report does make the assumption that there is, I guess, a built-in degree of flexibility with comprehensive plan designations, particularly when they're arranged in the manner you see on the screen with the
I saw that, and there is an unusual shape here in terms of kind of how the boundaries were drawn and all that with respect to the comp plan designation and the parcels. So.
But at any rate, staff has forwarded a recommendation to you, Madam Examiner, for approval. And unless there's questions, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. White. Nope, I do not have any additional questions for you. Is the applicant present or online?
Yes. The applicant is present, yes.
Did the applicant want to step forward to the microphone and add anything?
My name is Roland Jankelson. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Let me just swear you in real quick. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of perjury and under the laws of the state of Washington?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't really have anything to add. I think the report is very conclusive in supporting what we think is the best thing to do for the property and the community. I would say that we see it as an opportunity to do something very positive for the community's goals with respect to increasing affordable housing supply. And we want to provide a very attractive future residential development. And I think you asked a question with respect to the parcel immediately to the north. And just, I don't know that it's relevant to this particular action, but we do intend to go through a comprehensive plan change, even though it's takes some time to do that with respect to that property. And we think the two properties together make the best possible future residential high density development, and we're prepared to take the time to go through that process as well. So I would just say, whether it's appropriate or not, the experience that we've had with the planners for the city of Pasco has been an incredibly positive experience. Their communication has been terrific, and we've had nothing but a good experience. If you have any questions, I would address those, but otherwise, I'm not sure I can add anything.
No, thank you, Mr. Jingleson, and I appreciate the clarification on your plans with regard on the kind of the north side of the property. That's appreciated. But no, I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you so much.
Yep. So at this point, we'll open this up for public comment. Is there anyone who has called in or is in the hearing room tonight who would like to provide comment on this proposal?
There are no callers. There are several audience members if they wish to speak.
Are there, if there are any audience members present who would like to comment, if you could step up to the microphone and identify yourself, now would be the time to do so, if you wish to comment on this proposal.
Yes, and Madam Examiner, the audience has indicated they do not wish to comment.
Okay, all right, let the record reflect that no one from the public has indicated wish to comment. So as I noted, I will keep the record open on this. I think just for one more day is sufficient to Thursday, June 10th, close of business 5 p.m. If there's anyone who wishes to comment on the proposal, they should submit comments to the planning department, and the department will forward those on to me. And then recommendation from me will be out within 10 business days of record closure, and the city council will make the final decision on the rezone. Are there any procedural questions from either the planning department or the applicant?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that is all we needed to address this evening. Mr. White, is there anything else that I need to address before we adjourn?
Believe it or not, Madam Examiner, that was the only item for the hearings.
I know it was a shorter agenda than last time. It was a little bit more efficient. So thank you all for your participation. We are adjourned.
You're watching PSC-TV, Pasco City Television, Channel 191 on Charter Cable for the City of Pasco. PSC-TV offices are located in Pasco City Hall, 525 North 3rd Avenue. PSC-TV is a government access channel as provided by the Federal Cable Act of 1984. PSC-TV now concludes its normal cablecast day, and we hope we have better informed you about your city and community. From PSC-TV, we wish you a very pleasant good night.